A jolly good morning to everybody, gentlemen, ladies, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure seeing you in such a large number, which I did not expect, frankly speaking, and in particular given the nice weather outside, which promises to be very sunny, that the opportunity costs, so to say, will be small, given the content we are going to address. Before I go in the opening remarks, of which I have a PowerPoint prepared, just to give you, how to say, my mindset. This is a topic of which the elements I came across throughout my whole lifetime. And at the end of my PowerPoint, I have a little list of own literature which shows that the first time when I came about it was in 78, the first publication, with some people you may know, and the last one I'm still working on. It's not yet published, still waiting for it. It stems from 2 years, over 40 years a topic is behind it. And the topic it deals with is something which links stocks and flows, links markets, links public interventions. And the reason why it was set up is that on the one hand, at the bank, we have a long tradition now in consumer expenditures and the measurement of wealth. That's a long tradition at the banker. But this measurement is, in my view, a little bit incomplete because it takes only account of wealth which is tangible, but in particular in a welfare society, we have a large part of other wealth which is notional, which is implicit, which needs to be added in order to give her a better understanding about how inequality is the size of it, but also its distribution in a better manner. What I will do now in my openings remarks, this is the three issues I would like to touch very quickly before we continue at 10 o'clock with the individual presentations, and Mr. Sommer will take over then and also explain a little bit about the logistics which is behind it. And with regard to my appearance, I thought on a Friday morning it's a seminar. I won't take a tie, and I saw a number of you being here with a tie. I'm sorry for that, for this too leisureal expression there. So I'll talk about augmented wealth, why it is important, what is it, about, in my view, what kind of social security benefits qualify for close inspection and which don't. And at the end, a few conceptual considerations which are important to take and keep in mind in order to understand what we try to do. It's an improvement, but it's still incomplete from a number of sides on. And as I said, the last references I won't discuss. They are here for your information. Augmented wealth, what is it? Well, augmented wealth are a new notion, a new development, means that in addition to that wealth which we can, not easily, but we can somewhat assess from official statistics, or I noticed the wish of some also special surveys. This wealth of financial wealth, so shares, money accounts, whatever it is, plus property wealth, minus the debt of an individual or a family, depends what the unit is. This kind of wealth needs to be completed by other forms of wealth, which is created by the government because it makes promises which for future payments but which is not yet fully on the account. But it's not only public entitlements which are created, it's also private. Think about you have a pension which is promised by the employer, and until recently most of these private pensions have not been completed or rounded up by funded, but they are simply on the accounts on the individuals, so you won't see them in official statistics, and you would also have to complete them. This part is we will keep out, we only focus on public wealth. So augmented wealth is bringing both things together. The question is, why do we think this is important? Well, the individual decisions on consumption, saving, labor supply, and other decisions, they very much depend on stock variables. Stock variables which needs to be appropriately assessed, needs to be appropriately calculated, and needs to be made comparable between individuals. If this is not the case, then we make errors in microeconomic consideration. We make also errors in macroeconomic estimations. And so bringing both together, I think it's pretty important. The second one is, if we don't consider augmented wealth, so of what is visible, what is easily calculatable, and the estimated wealth, we make errors with regard to the size and scope of inequality. If you take only the visible part and the non-visible part is not made also part of the calculations, we make errors on the size, in particular also of the distribution of this one. Now, is the second part, which we add now, the social benefit wealth, important? Well, in most of the countries in Europe, the public expenditures are around 50% of GDP, and of this, more than 50% are for social expenditures, pensions, health, to some extent also on housing, and these are the things we want to look at it now. So augmented wealth should improve our understanding about income distribution, but also should also inform and be part of investigations at micro and macroeconomic level. So what are the main types of additions which we would like to think about, which is part also of the seminar today? The first one is quite normal, it's pensions. The reason is it's the one which is most easily accessible, but also something which is, from the size of it, if you look into the flow variables, the most important expenditure part. Public pensions, Social Security in the American definition or notion, has expenditures between 10 and 15% of GDP. So one could imagine that behind it there is quite some health value there. If you go into some of the calculations about, in a steady state, the stock value is about 20 to 30 times the flow value. So if it's 10% of GDP, you can imagine that it's a major value there. It also has, and that's an important, a clear form if you think about the life cycle, because it consists of saving contributions when you are young, and from a certain moment onward you're drawn into this saving, and this concept, so bringing it to the life cycle consideration, makes it also relatively easy in the estimation of it, and has been in the focus now for a number of years, sometimes from the point of view that this wealth, the social security wealth, as it was called by Feldstein many, many decades ago, this social security wealth has a counterpart, which is the other side of the balance sheet, which is the implicit pension debt. So depends from what side you are coming, how to say, you have been interested. And I've done a number of publications on this topic already a number of decades ago. Well, a second part is the wealth, health wealth. So the implicit wealth which emerges from access to health services, public health services. So at the first moment, let's say, how is this possible that it has the same notion there and it can be compared, or is similar what happens on the pension front? When I did about 20 years ago, first studies on the portability of social security benefits, I was intrigued why everything is so complicated. And so I sat down and thought about it. How would, from a conceptual, theoretical point of view, portability being assigned, how should the benefit be assigned and estimated? And so when an individual leaves one country and moves to another country, how can not only future pension benefits or the accumulated demands be transferred from one country to the other, so that one is not paying too much and the other is not receiving too much, but also on the health side. And here the same principle can be applied in the sense that you calculate a wealth component as discounted difference between how much somebody receives and how much he has to pay for it. And why this emerges anyhow with health expenditures is that if our health expenditures across the life cycle would always be only stochastic, you're a normal person, or you are a good risk or a bad risk, but overall, all over the life cycle, your health expenditure would be constant, would make the life of insurers pretty easy. But what we have is a pretty pronounced life cycle profile there. And this life cycle profile means that we have typically, we consume less wealth when we are young and more when we are older. Of course, for women around child-giving, this is different there. And as a result of it, but quite typically, we have a clear, again, saving when we are young and this saving when we are old. And as a result, this can also be calculated. And if one looks very carefully, one finds out that, well, actually, the wealth health is of the magnitude of the pension wealth, and we are curious to see now how much it bears out. Then there's a third part, and here the question is, can we broaden the same kind of consideration across the life cycle? This is housing wealth. How is it that we have a social benefit housing wealth there? So we measure anyhow in the official wealth, or the wealth which we measure, is it something there which concerns the ownership? On the other hand, what is it on the social housing wealth which would for rent? Look into that. I haven't seen the paper yet, which will be presented. So on the flight back last week from Finland, where the ECB retreat took place, I was thinking things through. Well, it does, yes, because if you think the three ways in which housing wealth for individuals can be created and how it could be measured is the one quite typically, if one thinks about somebody spends his whole life in social housing, social housing is characterized by market price, which is below, by a price which is below the market price. So his life through, he receives a benefit, which otherwise he would have to, on the one hand, he would have to invest into a house, but likely since he's not rich enough, he doesn't have the opportunity for that. But it is measured for those who have a house. For the other, it is not measured. And this would be a way of getting into it, to say it's some market price for this kind of housing, and the price the individual pays across its life cycle would also be a measurement for individuals for each age. A second one is, of course, then social housing has a major importance in Austria, particularly in Vienna. And not everybody who is in the social housing, we know that rents it, and this creates some discussions about it. So it's not only something which goes to the low-income groups, but sometimes also to quite high-income groups. A second part then is how many people in Austria come to housing, which has to do with cooperative housing. So you pay at the beginning some price, some capital. Then you receive for low-interest loans, sometimes no-interest loans, sometimes you receive for a capital grant, and then once you have spent sufficient years there, then you get an opportunity. Either it's from the very beginning or as a kind of a special occasion. If you repay the remaining loan, the house is yours. So accumulating these benefits is also a part of the notional housing wealth for individuals. And the third part, what happens if somebody buys a house on the market? What are the kinds of goodies, benefits he may get? This doesn't apply to Austria, most of Europe, but it applies to the US. When you buy a house, one of the main reasons why you can afford this is that the interest rates are now again rising, as we know. These interest rates are deductible from income tax. So you have a major benefit through the interest rate elements. How this all works together, I leave to those who do it, but I think this is something which builds up on a consideration which is guided by some life cycle consideration, bringing the stocks and the flows together, is linked with benefits created by the government, and offers, I would say, a conceptual framework in which everything can be put together, and so to the market measured wealth added the social security wealth. And this leads me already to, then there may be smaller benefits there which would warrant perhaps an inclusion, unemployment benefits, because what you do there, you pool good and bad risks, and so you have, I would say, a net benefit in actuarial terms for the bad risk, and then the other good risk, but quite likely the question is whether it's worthwhile to focus on this one, at least at this moment. The other part is, which some, I think, have thought about when calculating augmented wealth, is the wealth created by free public schools. They create human wealth, and the question is to the difference between those who don't have this kind of education or compared to those who have it in the private sector. This would be a way of doing it. I think also complicated, so we brush it aside. I think we want to focus on the first three one. And let me finish with two things which I think may matter for some of the reservations or some of the additions required. The one is wealth is closely linked, of course, with the flow levels of saving, and savings decisions are typically portrayed in a life cycle context. And the simplest life cycle context is that you start your active life with nothing. You have you have the highest accumulation of wealth at retirement, and then how that you accumulate, and at the end, when you die, you have nothing left. This is of course not true, but it is more so that some people high up never accumulate and others never accumulate. So the question is how much this reality plays a role if and as we make this kind of estimation, how much errors we do. The second part, I think, to consider is that markets and public institutions create benefits which are not directly visible, and as a result of it, we may over or often underestimate how to say the equality effect it has. What I mean by the following is, in order to intertemporal income transfers, so I want to bring money from now towards the future, to have something when I'm old, I cannot work anymore, we need either intertemporal markets to make it happen, property markets, financial markets. If we cannot transfer money from here towards the future and in a secured way, how to say, it results in a major welfare loss for us. This welfare loss can be alleviated if and as markets improve, or if the government replaces these lacking intertemporal markets. That's the reason why pension system, but also healthcare system come into place, because the working of the markets there is not very good. But what it means is that if and as we have and measure the income levels of individuals who are restricted by the access to intertemporal markets, once you offer them better markets, or once you offer them government instruments to prevent it, it leads to a much higher welfare level than before. And if you translate this higher welfare level into income, it emerges that these income differences which exist, also accumulated, then wealth differences are much higher than we usually anticipate. And for those who didn't understand what I meant, this was my habilitation, so you can read about it, where how to say use the wealth economic approach to estimate it in a very complicated, but I think a successful model thereby. So the point is that if and as we do this measurement and we take whatever is there as euros or dollars or whatever it is, if and as we have market imperfections which are not corrected, or if they are corrected, they create then welfare effects, we still have to say we are not really on a comparable note there. We may create under and overestimations, and we need to keep them in mind, how to say, for the next phase. For this phase now, I think these considerations are not taken into account. It's important to get the first order magnitudes right, and we will see whether the second are very important or not. According to my prior research, they are, but they should not hamper us. With this, I'm already at the end, and I think I explored my 30 minutes, left 5 minutes over to Mr. Sommer to now something about the correction. I'm looking forward very much to our discussion here. Looking forward very much, how to say, to see the results. Some of them heard, the others have not heard. And I wish us all an exciting day. I think if and as we have moving strong in this direction, which is also something, at least to my ambitions, that we carry on in the European Central Banker, because there the direct wealth measurement is important. They're essentially the ones who would like to have our results, but I think we can inspire them to make things a bit more complete and more, comprehensive for our policy consideration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our research workshop on augmented wealth. My name is Martin Summer. I'm the head of the research section of the bank. And in this function, we had also a kind of wealth augmentation recently through a reorganization, because in the reorganization, the unit in the bank, the tradition to which Governor Holzmann referred before, the Household Finance and Consumption Survey team, developed and led by Martin Schürz, was moved into the research section, and it enables us now to support this research agenda with data, with knowledge and expertise. And I'm very happy that Martin and his team worked with us to organize this workshop and support this research agenda, and I'm very grateful for that. I would just like to make a few organizational remarks for the workshop. As I wrote to the presenters and discussant, we have scheduled the day in 45 minutes chunks, and these 45 minutes are allocated to presentation, a formal discussion and discussion on the floor, and they last 45 minutes. So the expectation is for the presenters to not exhaust more than 25 minutes, say 20 to 25 minutes, 10 minutes discussion, and then have a free discussion. We have coffee breaks in between. Coffee is served outside of this room. You saw it before in the morning in the registration. We will also have a buffet lunch, which will also be served there. This is a public part of the premises of the bank. It means you can walk in and out without having to show your ID or go through some security. So this should also be convenient. And I should also say that this is a hybrid event. I'm really overwhelmed by the interest and by the crowd here in this room. It's really big for an event of this kind, but we have an equally sized crowd on the internet. And I will try to somehow chair or organize the discussion in this setup that it goes orderly. So I make the following suggestion. So when we have the public discussion, I will step out and try to call the people in the room first, and then please, those who are participating online, raise your hand, and my colleagues will help me to work through the internet queue, and by this I hope we will somehow be. You can then unmute yourself and speak up, so this will be no problem. And for those in the room, let me also say once again, because we are in this hybrid format, I have to be very strict on timekeeping, and we need to really proceed according to schedule, no exceptions allowed. And with this, I would like to open the workshop. Thanks again, Governor Holzmann, for setting the stage. We will now have a presentation by Pirmin Fessler from the research section and from the Household and Consumption Survey team. The discussant will be Martin Schürz, and we will now have still general, if you want, also stage setting presentation, and then go into all the details that Governor Holzmann mentioned in his remarks. And I'm looking really forward to I'm sure, interesting workshop, and thanks you again for coming and for your interest and for participating and being with us. So, Pirmin, please start.
Thank you, Martin. Also welcome from my side to all of you who are physically here, and of course to everybody who follows online. So first of all, I want to say it's rather difficult to talk about such a complex issue to people where I know like, about half of you are doing research on wealth and are dealing with measuring wealth also within the European system of central banks, and the others do not. So in the network we work to gather this kind of wealth data, which is rather complex, as many of you know. We of course discussed a lot about these things, but it's not, I mean, the name itself, right, augmented wealth, it's something which is, as the Governor Holzmann pointed out, which is not tangible. So it's very hard actually also in communication of research to draw the attention to this part of the balance sheet, if you want to think of it like that. So I think a first thing which is good to do before I will start my presentation is to just start here where we are right now, right? So in terms of tangible wealth, things are pretty easy. We are in a building, this is tangible wealth, could be owned by someone privately. Here in front of me is a screen, a computer, it's obviously tangible wealth. I even use it, it's capital, right? It's much harder to find augmented wealth around us, right? Even still, I would say it's if you think about it, it's pretty easy even within this workshop to find the trace of it, right? We are all here, we come together to discuss a question of augmented wealth. Already in this process, we will create augmented wealth in terms of human capital, right? Even the people online, if they're not like completely obsessed with hanging up their laundry or doing something else, right? They will also add human capital while listening to this. But that's not the only thing, it's also social capital, especially for the people who are physically here. I mean, you will network, you will talk, it will add to your social capital. And because the governor was talking about health wealth, even that might play a role. Right? Some of you might go outside in the breaks, drink some coffee, eat some sweets. If you eat too much sweets, then it's not so good for your health, so that increases probability of future treatment in the public health system. That the good news is that also increases your wealth, right? that increases your augmented wealth. If I'm at home tonight and think I joked a little too much in the beginning of my talk, and that's why I open a bottle of wine, I can at least think it's also an investment in my augmented wealth, right? So it's something which is everywhere around us, but it's not, we don't talk too much about it usually, even though it's very important. And especially here at the Austrian Central Bank, in communicating the results of the HFCS, the Household Finance and Consumption Survey, we always try to make that clear, why it's not a good idea to just look at means or medians and rank countries or Gini coefficients, why that is really something which is too short-sighted. It is very difficult to communicate that, and I think everyone should bear that in mind, and I think that's why the topic is so interesting and important, but also very difficult. So I only have 20 minutes, so I need to speed up a little bit. I will talk about some concepts very shortly. I think to most of you it's very clear, and also Governor Holzmann pointed out very well what's the main issues of that. Then I will talk about what is actually special about wealth compared to other things we are interested in economics. And I will talk about comparing what among whom and why, because I think it's really important to always think about our goals, right? So why are we like aggregating things with the physical things? That's already very difficult, as you will see, but it's even more difficult with epistemic object like augmented wealth, where it's not clear what it actually is, and we kind of have to enact it during research. And here it's always good to keep in mind what are our goals, what do we want to measure. So I will be quick on that. So the simple thing is basically this pragmatic decision usually. So everything which can be readily sold or bought, used as collateral, can be transferred across generations, is usually counted as what is called marketable wealth, and most wealth concepts in surveys and also in public statistics and things like that are counted as that. That's also the definition in the big household surveys in Europe, in the US, and basically everywhere else in the world, right? And then we have augmented wealth, much broader. It's usually pension rights, it could be other future government transfers like health, could be life insurances, it's very important, I think, even difficult to measure, but very important also human capital. It plays a big role. Just think of the big debt which, for example, in the US is needed to finance your education. Something like that is on the balance sheet of the household. It's not the case in Austria, where education is mostly free. And potentially, of course, many more things, right? So just to remind, where is wealth coming from? I mean, wealth accumulation is one of the most important things in recent history. I mean, it enabled all the population growth and all the growth of the economy in the last few hundred years, which was really big, and it usually comes from labor income, right? But then we also have inheritances and gifts, where the wealth is transferred over generation, and investment income. And usually it's a wealth which is able to create income, and therefore it helps accumulating wealth, right? And that is another important distinction. And I'm now only talking about marketable wealth, right? It's another important distinction between wealth which can be used as capital and wealth which cannot be used or is not used to create more income. I will talk about that in a second. Very important is also the different functions of marketable wealth, right? So a lot of marketable wealth is for reasons of provision, precautionary wealth. People save because in the case of unemployment they want to have money. In the case of a divorce they need money. In case of some accident happening they need money. Then of course use is very important. So everybody who owns an apartment or house gains some non-cash income from that by living inside the house, the so-called imputed rent. This is the biggest asset in most European countries, also in the US, is housing wealth, and it creates a lot of non-cash income, usually not showing up. I mean, it's part of GDP, but usually nobody talks about it. It's a huge amount of income, actually. And then also income generation, so where a sizable part of the income does not come from labor income, but from capital income. That is something which is only important for a rather small part of the population. Although in general, it's very, very important for society because that capital is used and it's a complement to a lot of labor. So GDP is increased. And now, augmented wealth, if you think of all the things Governor Holzmann mentioned before, it plays in different parts here, I think. I mean, mostly provision. You can think of health wealth, basically, or retirement wealth. It's basically a substitute, right? It's a substitute for provision. So if you can expect, as a low-income household, let's say, if you can expect that in case of an emergency or an accident or so, you will be taken care of by the health system or the unemployment insurance whatsoever, then, of course, it's easier for you to consume more of your income instead of saving it for that fact. And that's what we also see, of course, in the wealth distributions. We will come to that a little later. But then, of course, there are other forms, like human capital, for example. It does also fulfill the function of income generation. It's actually up here in the ladder. And housing subsidies is a form how people can use wealth. So it is kind of a substitute here. And but it's already here very difficult because not all of the parts of augmented wealth are only substitutes, right? There is a lot of complements too. So the state has infrastructure, even of the education system. You can think of a complement actually to add more income to your balance sheet. So it's already here, I think, pretty complicated because it's not even clear if all the augmented wealth, it's mostly a substitute, but it can also be a complement for some things, right? Then wealth versus capital. That's another very complicated issue. So I give here a very, very simple definition. So wealth basically is what you have. Capital is what you can use. I mean, if you don't use it, it's kind of not really capital. Very difficult, right? So I can use the computer, but you see outside and also here already, we have a lot of nice paintings. That's also wealth, but it's not really a capital in a sense, right? If I own a large amount of land, which I use to create more income, then it's capital, but it could be used, so it is capital, but it might not be used. So a very important issue in societies today, I think, is what is the share of so-called underused assets, yeah? Similar things you can find in housing and so on, right? And it's very difficult to distinguish because it's not a property of the physical entity itself, if it is capital or wealth, right? You cannot see that, and especially worrisome. Even though I don't want to dig into that, especially worrisome is the question of land. I mean, historically we know all the work that has done on that. Should we count land as capital even? Is it a kind of different production factor? Is it something which has to be employed as labor? I mean, there's a whole literature on that issue, and I think it's very important to have that in mind too. A lot of libertarians actually, that's the reason why they always said taxing the land rent is a good thing. Like famous Henry George, but also later other people were very much in favor of that because of the special properties of land. The balance sheet of marketable wealth is it's already large, right? So for households it's very complicated. I mean, most households have some form of real assets, mostly vehicles or cars and things like that. In Austria, half of them, or in Germany, have a main residence, but in other countries the share is much larger, right? Financial assets, of course, are important, sight accounts, saving accounts, deposits, and so on. And for fewer people, also direct holdings of businesses and things like that, right? So that's what we usually define as marketable wealth, and that is what we try to measure. However, we already have huge troubles here, right? Because for some of these things, especially in this area, and also with regard to debt, it's very easy to have a market price. However, with regard to housing, it's rather difficult to have a market price, because in economics, usually, when do you observe a market price? When there is a transaction, right? So, but we don't have a lot of transactions. I mean, that is also different from country to country. In Austria, we don't have so much of transactions of housing. People usually, they buy their house or their apartment and they live in the house and apartment their whole life. For many objects, you don't ever observe a market price. So you have to come up with some estimate, and that's difficult because you always have to make assumptions, right? You have to make assumptions about the probability that it can be sold, who will buy it, under which situation. I mean, if you're in a certain crisis, prices might go up very quickly, you could imagine. So it's very difficult to estimate this type of prices. So that's also something which is already actually in the sphere of like kind of fictitious prices, right? We cannot, it's hard to observe them, right? It's different from, for example, stock prices. Then just to illustrate to you how different that can look, like I show you the balance sheet of private households as it's measured in the HFCS, right? So it's basically the definition, the balance sheet I showed you before, and I picked Austria and Spain to show how different that can look like, right? So in Austria, this is, by the way, this increases with wealth, so that the net wealth decile rank, and this is basically the whole portfolio at this point in the net wealth distribution. So you can see that in Austria, for example, real assets, basically housing, is something which is mostly important in the upper part of the distribution. A little more here because that's people who just took up a big loan basically to buy something. And in Germany, by the way, it looks very similar to Austria. That's why I didn't pick it, because it's very, very similar. However, you have countries like Spain, yeah, where things are very different. Like a large amount of people, a large share of private households live in their own home. Yeah? People often think of that as something positive, of course, because they own their own home. But on the other hand, it's, you know, like in Spain, young people move out from their parents about at the age of 31, 32. Why? It's very difficult for them to find somewhere else to live. It's easier for them to move to Berlin and get a rental apartment, right, than moving out from their parents. And that's also important for household structure. We will come to that because that's the reason why households are usually bigger. What is similar, though, is that, as you can see, like deposits are really important everywhere, right? It's not that a theory would suggest that a lot of the wealth in the higher net worth, these cells are ranked in more risky assets. Yeah? I mean, you can observe that business assets go up at the very top in both countries, but and also financial assets, but still a large share. So the whole area in real estate assets and deposits makes up still a very large share of the portfolio, even for the very wealthy. So it's a rather, it's far from what the theory would suggest, I think. Yeah. And then, of course, I wanna stay here a little longer because so you can imagine. So for those people, basically. The substitute would be social housing. So a lot of these people, of course, in Austria definitely live in subsidized apartments. So in Vienna, the governor mentioned it, but I want to bring up the number. Like only 20%, less than 20% of households own their own home or an apartment in Vienna. Every third person lives in a building owned by the city of Vienna, and 2/3 of the people live in subsidized housing. So for them, this is really something which adds, of course, to their augmented wealth, right? So I just want to dwell a little bit on why it's already so complicated to even compare marketable wealth across countries. Yeah? So first of all, I always ask myself, why are we comparing the country level? It is something we are so used to. We look at GDP numbers and so on. But if you look at the data, you immediately see, I mean, differences between countries are tiny compared to differences within countries, right? It's so, the big difference is between living in a city or living at the countryside, right? Those are the big differences for portfolio choice, mostly related to housing and not between countries. Then we have a lot of methodological issues, right? We have sampling issues, we have coverage issues, we have editing issues, we have weighting issues, we have imputation issues. So these are all accumulating, and it's very difficult to compare even marketable wealth between countries. Just imagine that many of the objects which are there in one country are not there in another country. Like in Austria and Germany, you can easily just have an overdraft on your normal deposit account. That's not possible in many other countries, right? We have things like building loan contracts, life insurances, not possible in many other countries. On the other hand, there are other assets which are there in some countries. We don't have them, educational loans, things like that. So comparison is always difficult already methodologically in terms of measurement. Then there are many historical reasons, right? So, 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, okay. 5 minutes to the 20 minutes or to the 25 minutes? So historical reason. Okay, I will be very quick. So there are lots of historical reasons. My perfect example, I think, is comparing Slovakia to Germany, right? After the end of the Eastern Bloc in Germany, all the people became renters in Eastern Germany. In Slovakia, they all became homeowners. They could buy their apartments very cheaply. So now we have an ownership rate in Slovakia of about 80% or something. In Germany, we have 44%. You will see that for generations, of course, in the balance sheets, right? It's just an institutional difference, and it's weird to just compare compare households across countries and not taking into account these things. Of course, also structural differences in the unit of observations, which are endogenous, right? So household structure is very different. In Austria, Germany, household size is 2.1. We have about 40% of households are single households, right? Young people who live alone, old people who live alone. In Spain, it's less than 20% single-person households. In none of these comparisons and country rankings, we control for that. That's something we just ignore. And then, of course, we have a lot of institutional difference. That is then something which we can we can try to tackle with augmented wealth. But we have to take care of also the differences which are already there in marketable wealth. Okay, so I will speed up a lot now. Just a few figures to show what I mean. So what is usually done is net wealth comparisons with the Gini. So you would say, yeah, Germany, Austria, high inequality, Slovakia, Poland, low inequality. If you look at the distributions, you can see, like, it's just not, like, you can pick, this is basically showing the distribution from the lowest wealth people to the very wealthy. And you see most of these countries follow the line. This is the black line is the euro area average, right? So it's actually surprising how close these distributions are, right? I can remember when we first published the HFCN, the talk was like, oh, the rich Greeks and the poor Germans. If you look at Greece, like the poor Greek are rich, while the rich Greek are pretty poor, right? So, but if you only compare medians or means, you don't see that, right? So you can basically choose inequality measure and generate every ranking you want. So it's even within marketable wealth, it's not a good thing to rank countries. If you control for household structure, just very quickly, that's a paper I wrote with our colleagues Esther and Peter. France is the most extreme example, of course. I picked that, right? So if you don't control for household structure, France is close to the euro area, and then at the top of the distribution, they are pretty poor. If you control for household structure, they are always way above the euro area average, and then they are very rich at the top, right? So, but this is only taking into account the different household structure, nothing else, right? So that's something we have to be aware of. Of course, also home ownership rate, which is not a good, like often taken as the cause for differences in inequality. It's of course not a cause, right? Buying a house or apartment does not make you richer. It's just a different portfolio choice. It's really about the development of prices. And there are papers showing that it was very important for the US, but in Europe, I doubt that it's a huge thing, only the last decades, actually. Okay, then I will speed up a lot and come to the fundamental challenges, right? I mean, the governor touched on that already, so I don't... So the problem is, of course, what should we count as augmented wealth? Like, there are many potential items. I mean, it's difficult to make a point where should we stop. I mean, I agreed with Governor Holzmann that somehow you have to come up with some ad hoc, like you can say, oh, this we can do, this is too complicated, something like that. But it's very difficult then to communicate, right? So the communication is the issue. And we also don't know about, it's a future value, we have to estimate it. We have to estimate the probability of receipt, we have to come up with assumptions about interest rates, so it's pretty complex. Yeah? And all of that for all remaining lifespans, which also have to be estimated. So it's a complex issue, right? I mean, it's already complex to take marketable wealth, but it's even more complex to do it with augmented wealth. These are just some examples with possible questions which show how complicated it could be, because all of these questions might lead to parts of augmented wealth, but I have to speed up, so I go on. So from my point of view, there are three possible ways to deal with that. There is the macro way, which is the kind of Feldstein thing. You look at macroeconomic time series and try to estimate the impact or certain conditional correlations on that. Then there's a possibility to combine micro and macro figures. That's what we usually did in the last years. And then there is this micro level idea where you try to put augmented wealth into your standard wealth figures, basically, right? That's what we will see. A lot of that we will see today, actually. All very interesting, I think. I just want to make clear that it matters, right? So this is from a paper of Marcin and myself, where we show that actually there is a huge correlation between welfare state spending and the level of wealth people have. And it's also clear that there is not only a correlation, so you see here the amount of wealth people have at the 25th percentile of net wealth and the pension expenditure in percent of GDP. And there is a clear correlation. So countries where there's a lot of pension expenditure have in the lower half, the households accumulate less wealth. It's pretty obvious. And you can also even quantify that pretty well, I would say, if you use this cross-country variation. I just need 1 minute more and come to my conclusions. So my conclusion is, we have a lot of problems, even with marketable wealth. Estimating the present values is very difficult, and it comes with very strong assumption. And a huge problem I think we have in many issues with these things, also with distribution and wealth accounts. I wanted to say more about that, but I will not, I promise. The thing is, we cannot attach uncertainty to it. Yeah? We do a lot of work to be able to have estimates where we have a certain measure of precision uncertainty, which is very important, I think, because without that, it's flying in with a helicopter, like blindfolded, and you don't even know if it's a helicopter or an airplane, I would say, right? So that's a big issue that we cannot quantify uncertainty, and we have to deal with that in the future, I think, in some way. I mean, one could do simulations, I think. Then a lot of complex questions remain, of course. And I will not go into detail now with that because I'm for sure over my time. But one thing is clear, we should not ignore it, right? Especially when we compare countries. We should not ignore this issue, right? Because country rankings, even based on marketable wealth, they make not much sense because of all the methodological issues, especially if we look at when we look at the single measure of inequality. But we have a lot more issues when it comes to augmented wealth, and we have to be aware of that and make clear that in communication, people are not making the mistake to thinking of whatever type of, if it's the wealth distribution or the augmented wealth distribution or whatever inequality measure it is, you shouldn't think people are better off in this country or worse off in this country. These measures don't tell you anything about that. Like it's something completely different, I think. I'm done. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Pirmin. Very interesting. Martin Schürz is the discussant. Martin, maybe we can do in 10 minutes because I am expecting lots of discussion.
Welches ist das von Martin Fessler?
Good morning, everybody. Well, I can summarize the contribution of Pirmin easily. It's very complicated. And I guess you agree with this conclusion. I want to underline a few points Pirmin made. The first one is what we measure influences what we see. To keep that in mind is important because we would also do different things if we see and measure different kinds of wealth. Measuring wealth is not in any way straightforward. Pragmatically, and this is only pragmatically, by convenience, we follow the approach of the OECD, of the Eurosystem, and calculate net wealth. But, and also in the wealth reports, you mainly find this approach, but it is only pragmatically. It is not based on a theory. How about augmented wealth? 50 years ago, Martin Feldstein came up with his famous article, and there is a line in the literature following this approach. However, there are abundant data problems. What can be counted? And sometimes economic researchers just stop. They say, well, it would be important, but it cannot be counted. Well, in a way, this is theoretical, and this is rather ad hoc. But we have also difficult conceptual issues, and I guess Pirmin mentioned several of them. Do we talk about the same thing when we talk about wealth, if we take not only net wealth, but also pension wealth, health, and other things? Or do we then talk about a new entity? I guess this is really not that easy to answer. But the point of Pirmin's presentation I liked most is the one that making it explicit what we know, that is usually done, but making it also explicit what we don't know. And I guess that is a good starting point to tell people what we don't know, what we would like to know, but we don't know it. So let's go back in history to the beginning of economics. Etymologically, the word wealth comes from well-being, welfare, so it's a good thing. Adam Smith followed in his Wealth of Nations in the 18th century, he followed Hobbes, Thomas Hobbes. Wealth is power. Well, what is meant is not that it is a kind of military power, political power. No, what Adam Smith had in mind, that there is a power to command labor. And Thomas Hobbes went further because he combined, he said it is, and at those times, the focus was on the upper tail of the wealth distribution, on the rich people. The combination brought people to think about, it's important, and it is wealth to have servants, but also friends, meaning social networks are very important. 3 points, I guess, we should keep in mind from this historical literature. Wealth is not a name in itself, not even for Dagobert Duck. It was a name in itself to swim and dive in his gold coins. No, it meant power to his vis-a-vis his nephews and so on. So wealth is not a name in itself, and Adam Smith, especially in the theory of moral sentiments, is very clear about that. People want to relate, want to get the sympathy of others. That makes it, I guess, a lot more complicated than the narrow augmented wealth approach would suggest. Wealth is always about potentiality, potential consumption, potential investment, potential inheritances, and so on. And wealth is a primary source of identity. The social standing depends on the economic position. So to augment wealth in a coherent way, research has to be based on a social theory, otherwise it remains arbitrary. You can admit that, you say, okay, I just calculate now pension wealth, but you should always also admit that there would be numerous other things to calculate also. The conceptual challenges, and I believe here we could consider it a little bit further. Whether you start with wealth or you start with wealth holders, can be private or public actors. With Feldstein, the first sentence in his famous article was, for the great majority, the most important form of household wealth is the anticipated social security retirement benefits. If you start like this, your focus will be on the households at the lower net wealth levels, and augmented wealth inequality has to be smaller than net wealth inequality. So the research question is difficult to formulate because right from the beginning you know the result. The Gini coefficient will be lower anyway. If you look on the welfare state and you say, okay, that's the substitute to net wealth, either it is only a political metaphor, it was the metaphor of Schmidt in Germany, for example, or you talk about a substitute for wealth for the majority, not for everybody. The same thing with housing wealth. If you start with the largest wealth component, well, it's the largest wealth component in the aggregate, but it's not the largest component for every household, because in Austria we have a different form of society. and a different role of the real estate market. So either you look on the top half or you have a political approach. What I want to mention in this area is just making, again, explicit your normative considerations, because it influences your judgments on wealth distribution. Pirmin mentioned that it is rather misleading to rank countries in terms of wealth. If you have 100,000 euro in the US, you need it for the health system, for the college, and so on. In Austria, this is public, so you cannot compare it. Yeah? And how about augmented wealth? Well, the difficult thing, I believe, is if you capitalize different kinds of future income, you come up with new figures, new wealth figures, yeah? But how do we interpret the resulting figures? Branko Milanovic, he made that point. Okay, you look at the former communist countries, you education for free, you guaranteed pension, guaranteed jobs, and so on, guaranteed universities for free. And then you get millionaires in the communist countries, but that is not the real situation. So the figures go up, but how to compare them with other countries, that makes it quite challenging. Normally you can compare wealth as long as you look on a social environment that shares characteristics. To compare the Forbes list is possible because those people have similar characteristics. So Pirmin and I come to an end. We try to bridge this difficulty, where to start from, by an approach based on functions. And these social environments, we define three groups. These three groups are renters, owners, and capitalists. And just adding to this approach, where we believe that it is not only counting wealth, not only the wealth distribution, but looking on the different functions wealth can fulfill for different persons. And if we ask people in Austria what they believe that the function of wealth is, you see the differences. For the majority, you can name more functions than one. For the majority, it is provision and use. You live in your house, you save for vacation or for emergency cases. But if you look on those functions of wealth that are particularly interesting for wealthier people, then you see that people recognize these functions of wealth. So I conclude here, and I welcome this starting point to think conceptually about all those difficult issues, and I'm looking forward to the discussion now.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Pirmin. Thank you, Governor Holzmann. I think the stage is now really set. We have 10 minutes now. Let me say something. It is important that you use a microphone. So either I or Susanne will give you a mic, because if you don't speak into the mic, people online will not hear us. I have the first intervention here. Maybe you can introduce yourself shortly, yes. Just say your name.
Okay, Junyi from Bundesbank. Let me set a much higher stage for this discussion. Two narrow notion. One is why market value is used. Second is more Vienna cycle discussion. First, why market value? Because the HFCN was designed to trace the national accounting. In national accounting, I think there are many of people here also involved. They use market value. I'll give you why. So there's a reason. There's also historical reason. One is, for instance, national accounting pay attention to the at-moment trade. So what's the relationship between your income and the expenditure, for instance, what's Keynes talking about. Not too much about intertemporary consideration. So that's one reason. Second, you use market value, you can do this price versus volume discrimination by using price discrimination. You have to base the market to think about these things. There are a couple of other reasons. And if you do the cross-country comparison, market value is not too much because you don't trade a house between Germany and Spain so much, right? So there are a couple of reasons why market value was used. And then we have this microdata because we want to do microfoundation. We want to think how everything from our individual molecule. Every Boltzmann was talking about every individual molecule, how bumping together each other, and we can sum up to the macro foundation and to macro national account. And that's Vienna cycle. So second, more broader thing is how we think about all our interaction about micro level. What is wealth? What is a reflection in the national accounting, right? What is the counterpart of that?
Capital money was the second one, and then Marcin, and then Orsetta, and then we have also to ask him the net. Please be short.
I'll try to. No, first, congratulations to the governor and the central bank for organizing this the seminar, because it's, I think, really relevant to look into the distributional issues, not least because we know that monetary policy is not neutral with respect to the distribution of income and wealth. So very welcome. On the scope of the seminar, I mean, the focus is on social benefits wealth. And as the governor and the lead speaker already have mentioned, what is missing in the program, what I found missing, is the role of public schooling wealth. I mean, when I was young, I mean, we used to discuss and debate the financing of the education system. I mean, is it the case that the poor pay for the education of the rich? Somehow, I mean, it got a little bit of out of focus, I think, to look at these aspects. Also with respect to the role of I mean, the private and the social returns to schooling, which are, I think, important to look into. Which brings me to the more broader question and issue. I mean, how does one treat human capital wealth in all these debates about augmented? I mean, for many people, perhaps the majority of people, human capital wealth is, say, the major part of wealth that they own. And how we treat that also in a dynamic intertemporal perspective, I think, is important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. If you allow, I take one more question from the room, two more questions from the room, and then one question from the net.
Thank you very much. I do have just one comment or one question. Pirmin, you started your presentation with the function of wealth, with the very famous pyramid, and you did not explain the top of the pyramid, the function of transfer and the function of power. Martin commented a little bit on the function of power, and I think a rather very important issue is which are the differences between tangible and intangible concerning power function and the transfer function, since the tangibles can be transferred to the next generations, and we all know that the wealth inequality is very, very large and very, very stable over a longer period, and that depends to a very, very much large extent that the tangibles can be transferred and the intangibles cannot be transferred. And therefore, I think concerning the inequality of wealth, it's tremendously important to distinguish these two different issues and concerning the different functions between tangibles and intangibles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Congratulations. I have a question about, so the notion of augmented wealth is here in terms of, taking into account pensions, health. We discussed human capital is an interesting point. But I was thinking something else, and I wanted to ask you a technical question. Is about the issue about inequality of whom, and so the unit of measurement, right? So I've been working on wealth inequality, non-income inequality, and that wealth inequality we measure it at the household level, and yet there are a lot of issues and studies about what happens if you look at the individual level, and also inequality of wealth between spouses, etc., etc. And related to, my first point is about, well, should we think about augmented wealth as also in terms of enlarging or changing the unit of measurement in terms of when you look at inequality. And the second point is a question about when you showed, because I'm sorry, I didn't read the paper, the France, and also I come from France, the wealth distribution is totally different if you take into account household size. I was wondering why is it the case? I mean, for me, it's not super intuitive. And so that relates to the broader issue. Thank you very much.
I cut the discussion here. Don't worry, I'm not discriminating against online participants. I just hear from my colleagues that the queue is very short, so I can zero actually from the net. So let me ask you, I will shave off 5 minutes from the coffee break to give you an opportunity to react to this important question. And of course, Governor Holzmann, since you also made a stage-setting introduction, maybe you want also to react to some of the things that have been said. But if you allow, I would give the floor first to the speakers.
So, all very interesting questions. It would be, I would need another 25 minutes actually. But yeah, I will be very quick. So that 1 minute, yeah, it's impossible. But one thing to Junshi, look, I mean, that's the thing what I was talking about in the beginning. This would be really an insider discussion. I mean, I saw Carsten laughing. We could discuss that forever. People in the network discussed it forever. I will say one thing. Yeah, I mean, you are right. The thing with the national accounts, it's a huge issue. Also, the market value issue is a huge issue. I think for the rest of the audience, I think the easiest way to think about it is business assets. We have a huge problem like measuring the value of businesses, and especially with regard to what is in the national accounts, because it's also in the national accounts very different in different countries what they do. We all think of the national account as a perfect system to compare stuff. It's not, I can tell you. It's even less, it's often less comparable than what is in the microdata, I think. And yeah, but other than that, I think we have to discuss that somewhere else, because it's really a lot of insider information. Then with public schooling, yeah, I completely agree. I mean, that is a huge issue, because human capital is very important. Yeah. And not only public schooling, but attached to that is also public transportation, because you need public transportation also for public schooling and a lot of stuff, and that has also effects on the value of housing and things like that. So it's not entirely clear who are the big benefiters also of this. Not only the people who accumulate the human capital are the only benefiters of this human capital accumulation. So this is, I think, a very important and difficult issue, and it's even more difficult to forecast, as you say, because you cannot, I mean, I learned programming R very well, right? Now there is ChatGPT, so it's useless. What I can do, ChatGPT can do much faster already now. So you never know, what happens to your human capital, kind of. So it's very difficult to say something about that. With regard to Professor Alzinger's question, yes, you're right. I mean, I didn't talk about these functions much, because I mean, it's about augmented wealth. And my personal opinion is, with regard to the wealth distribution, I think there is one is the issue of wealth concentration, and that is something which is really at the very top. And our survey, honestly, is not good to discuss these issues. That's what we tried to explain since 10 years. We cannot say much about wealth concentration, right? And about the wealth distribution, I would say in the parts of the society which is where the wealth distribution we can observe, so up to P98, P99, and down to P1, I would say we are pretty good. In this part, I think it's mostly about precautionary wealth and a little bit about this function of income generation and use. But it's mostly, augmented wealth is mostly about precautionary wealth. That's my personal opinion. And I would say, I'm not sure, there's a lot of discussion about inequality. People often don't say if they mean wealth inequality or what they actually mean. My personal opinion is like wealth inequality should not matter too much, besides the fact of wealth concentration in an ideal world, how I think of it. But of course, that's a highly debatable issue. And then, with regard to the unit of measurement, I'm very thankful for this question because it bothers me since a long time. So, the problem is we cannot go to the personal level, in my opinion, because with household wealth, with wealth, we cannot go to the personal level because we are often interested in the end, or many of us at least, and this research is used then for questions of utility and then well-being, right? And then you have, even with financial assets, like it's not always clear, the ownership structure is very different from the utility structure, right? I can own my home, but the whole household lives in that home. Then the household splits up. Ownership structure is very different from the utility structure, so it's very difficult. And that's also true for some financial assets even. A lot of people in Austria have as many building loan contracts as there are people in the household, but the command over this asset is not on, with the person who owns it directly. So that is very difficult. And with regard to France, yeah, it's not only household size, but we have produced household structure. So we take into account, usually in regressions, you have only is controlled for the age of the householder or the financially knowledgeable person, things like that. What we did is we look at all the age and all the gender of people living in the household. And the household structure is very different in France compared to, for example, Germany. And take a look at the paper. I think it's very convincing. And a lot, actually, if I remember correctly, at the medians, more than 25% of differences across the euro area is gone. Is gone only if you control for household structure.
Okay. Yeah. In the interest of time, if you allow me...
Martin.
Just 2 sentences.
Yeah. Just a discussion, I thought
public schooling brings me back to this point. Wealth is a source of identity. You do not see a lot of rich people wanting to live in social housing and going to public school and so on. So I guess you also have to recognize that. And the second point to your, well, the function I consider is very important is the transferability. And you cannot transfer your pension, but you can transfer wealth and you can transfer power. This is the dynastic component, and I guess that's quite important.
I would like to give an opportunity to Governor Holzmann to react because he was partially also addressed in the questions, and he should be able to react to that. And before we go on,
very quickly, 3 sentences. First of all, many thanks, Mr. Fessler and Mr. Schürz, for opening to the broader part of it. Yes, it is important when one wants to dive down very deeply into the topic to say, okay, what are the kind of things one is missing? I think what we want to do here is to have a subset of, could be augmented wealth, which is social security benefit wealth, because I think it is quantitatively important, and within a country, also between countries, may explain much, but not all, of the differences there. So the discussion what we had, we know now I have to say, make an example. We know that we shouldn't cut the dumpling because it is used then to get the sauce up. But once you know it, you can cut the dumpling. So we know we make some errors, we get narrow, the other things outside. But now I think we should focus down on the things, if and as social benefits as augmented wealth make sense, how can we best estimate them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This drilling down will begin after the coffee break. We have now the coffee break until 11. Please come back sharp at 11 and continue with Carsten Schröder. Our next speaker will be Carsten Schröder from DW Berlin. Carsten, many thanks for coming. Please start.
I try not to waste your time and our precious time, so I think Pirmin and Martin outlined a lot of, let's say, challenges when it comes to the measurement of wealth and augmented wealth and maybe general lifetime resources that people have. And I perfectly agree. On the other hand, I think we should certainly give it a try to measure it. And that's basically my presentation, what it is about. And it contains two, say, broad elements, and let's see how much of it we will cover. So first of all, I will present you information about the data infrastructures that we are providing within the German socioeconomic panel. And then I hopefully find some time to show you some applications of what one can do with it. Okay, so effectively, the data sources I will speak about boil down in three elements within the German socioeconomic panel. So first of all, we have the so-called my personal balance sheets, and these balance sheets cover all kinds of assets and debt components, and you can use it for measuring gross and net wealth. So that's the first part of our data. Then we have information on the actual pension payments to the retired, but we also collect information about pension claims of the non-retired. And the third bigger project that I'm currently involved in is the linkage of our panel data via record linkage with administrative data from the German pension insurance. And then hopefully I will find some time to show you some of our research output. So this is my personal balance sheets. Because we are a multi-purpose survey, we do not collect this information every year. It's collected every 5th year. And also in 2019, when we launched a new sample which covers very well the top tail of the German wealth distribution. And this balance sheet basically covers 8 types of assets and 4 types of debt. And in order to collect as good as possible information prior to the interviews, which are face-to-face, the people get informed that we will also collect this data, and we ask them to have all the materials and documents at hand so that one can directly cross-check between the interviewer and the respondents about the actual numbers in the accounts. And then what is very specific about the socioeconomic panel, which is rare to find elsewhere, is that we are collecting the information both at the individual level of all the adults within a household, and also by doing so you can then aggregate this information at the household level so that you can really understand who owns what. And this data is released after the initial collection in the next wave in original form, and we also provide it later on in imputed and edited form. Okay, I will not go through all the asset components. You see it here. What is clearly missing is cash. We don't have it so far in the survey. And then are the debt components, so it's the typical mortgages, but also consumer debt and remaining student loan debt. So it's the first part of the data that you can use for measuring wealth. Then we have also pension wealth, and this entails pensions from all 3 pillars. It is collected on an individual level, so you again know who owns what within the household unit. And then we make a distinction between those who are retired and also the non-retired, which I think is also an important asset for quantitative assessments of wealth inequalities. So when it comes to those who are already retired, we ask, what is the value of your current pension along all these different pension pillars? But we also make a question to the non-retired, namely, we ask them, what is your current entitlement if you stopped making contributions and instead switch to retirement, because the German pension insurance provides such information to the insurance every year. Okay, Now, very briefly about some selected results based on this information. So the personal balance sheets and the pension information. So it relies on a paper which we have written with several co-authors, including Ed Wolf, who is one of the pioneers of the measurement of augmented wealth for the US. So this is basically a head-to-head comparison of augmented wealth in Germany and the United States. And basically we wanted to ask two questions. So how much does pension wealth add to net worth in the two countries? And then, so how much does it affect the level of measured inequalities in the two countries? So we provide a lot of tables and figures. I think in the last rows people will not be able to read it, and I will not go through these tables but provide you the results in a very small nutshell. So the table basically shows, that's the upper part, some descriptives for the US, and the bottom part provides descriptives for Germany about the value of net worth, and then all this pension wealth information. And in the last row also on augmented wealth in the two countries. And if you summarize the findings, first result that you see is that, or what you cannot see is that average net wealth measured in US dollar PPP adjusted is about 1.8 times higher in the US compared to Germany. So the numbers are $340,000 about in the US and $180,000 in Germany. What you also cannot see is that adding pension wealth means a doubling of wealth for the US and a 2.6-fold increase for Germany. So what we have here for the averages, it is about 650,000 US dollar in the US compared to 470,000 euros in Germany. Third result, which I think is very interesting, and this was totally in contrast to our expectations. So compared to the US Americans, the bottom 75% of the Germans own more wealth. Yeah? So to give you a number, so at the median in the US, augmented wealth is about 250,000 compared to about 330,000 in Germany. And for net worth, it is 40,000 compared to 50,000. And if you compare this with the mean values, you already see strong indications of a strong clumping of the wealth at the very top tail of the US wealth distribution. What you also see is that the portfolios are super under-diversified in the bottom part of the wealth distribution. So only if you move to the very top tail, you see that wealth is nicely distributed across all asset classes. And then, I will not go through the formulas. Last, what we also did was an inequality decomposition by wealth factors. So we wanted to understand which wealth sources are more or less unequally distributed and what it means for the level of measured wealth inequality, be it net wealth or augmented wealth. And again, here are the results that you cannot read. So result number one. So in terms of net wealth, inequality is very high in the US. It almost amounts to about 0.9. It's a very high number. In Germany, it's also high. It's about 0.77. So the moment you introduce the pension wealth, the level of measured inequality drops, but it still remains high. So in the US, it drops to 0.7 to 0.50 about in Germany. And then putting these results in perspective, as I already said, at least I would have expected that the wider social safety net and low-cost access to universities in Germany, relative to the US at least, would imply that middle class and poor Germans save less for job loss, sickness, old age, and children's education than corresponding Americans. But actually, this is not true, at least according to the data that we have. So I think there's certainly future research needed in this respect. And then what we have also seen is that the cross-country comparisons of wealth, irrespective if you like them or not, yeah, and they also always come with some uncertainty, are sensitive to the choice of the wealth aggregate and also at the percentiles of the distribution along you make the comparisons, because as we have already seen, for the median, Germany is richer than the median German is richer than the median person in the US, but this is not true when you study just averages. And then the picture also changes when you consider pension wealth. So this was the first paper that we wrote, and then we wrote, and there are more in the pipeline, follow-up papers. So one other paper focuses on regional divides in Germany. And still many years after German unification, you see a huge regional divide which still lasts between East and West Germany. Although the pension claims in the East are not so low, but actually it's the net worth which is really low. And we also, on a methodological side, we put a lot of emphasis in the paper to compare the reported numbers in the survey and cross-check them with official information from the national accounts. And I can say a lot of more on this, but what we can show there for certain is that the information that the people are providing are very, very close to the numbers that you find in the administrative data. And I will come back to this in the second part of my presentation if we find time. And currently we are working also on a paper where we are providing a perspective on these frequently used income or wealth income ratios, but this is currently being still under construction, and where we also focus on a longer time horizon. So now, briefly coming to this data linkage project. So it's called SubRV. RV means RV means Rentenversicherung in Germany. So the motivation behind this project was that within the SUB, which is a multi-purpose topic, we are collecting a lot of information across many, many life domains. So it's not only wealth, it's not only income, but it's also health, education, how people spend their time in leisure, how happy they are with their life in general, and financials in particular, blah, 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 blah. A lot of stuff. So that's very nice about this data. A drawback is, of course, that we have panel attrition, that biographies are incomplete, so we only cover the period when the people are entering the SUB, which is not necessarily at age 0. Yeah? So there are a lot of data limitations. And on the other hand side, in Germany, we have these nice social security data. And one of these data sources comes from the German pension insurance, the Versicherungskontenstichprobe. And this really nicely tracks all the people who have ever been in touch with the pension insurance at least once in their lifetime, and this is basically the full population. And then it tracks accounts of these people over their active phase and also during retirement. So you basically have the entire biography, but there's a big but, and this is the set of information which is included in the data. So it's not multi-purpose, multi-topic, but at least in Germany the rule is that the social security institutions are only allowed to store and collect the information which is essential for their purpose. So if a certain information is irrelevant for the insurance, it is not allowed to collect it and include it in their data. So for example, for this reason, this pension insurance information is individual level only. So you do not know whether the people are married and to whom and what the partner does. And similarly, for example, children only appear in the account of the person which benefits from certain transfers, which is either the male or the female partner, but not both. Yeah? So 95% or so of the children in this data source appear on the account of the female, whereas for the males you basically see 0 children, whereas you can be sure that they are also fathers. Yeah? So So this was the motivation that via linkage we can really benefit from the comparative strengths of both data sets. So this is still an ongoing project. It's been now institutionalized between the SOEP and the pension insurance, and so far we have asked about 24,000 of our respondents for consent, and 15,500 so far consented. And in the next years we will try to link, more. And I would just like to give you some very basic ideas about what one could do with this data. First, in terms of research on pensions, and then beyond this aspect. So, in the realm of pension economics, I see at least 3 potentials. First is that you can complement the individual level perspectives that you have in the insurance data with household level perspective, which is, I think, super important, because as we have already heard, I mean, people are pooling resources within the household, and this is totally unobserved if you just focus on an individual perspective. Then you can, of course, complement the social security with survey information in order to understand, for example, how risk preferences that you see in the survey influence the portfolios of the insurance. And of course, you can complement the entire biographies. And what is important, within the survey data, we do not only have the insurance, which you find in the FV data part, but also the people who are not insured in the public pension system. So this could be the self-employed and the civil servants. So the coverage is now much broader. Okay, I skip this because I already said it. So then maybe going also a bit beyond the realm of pension economics, and this also popped up here several times in the discussion. Of course, it is super important not only to describe what we see in the data, but also to understand it. Yeah? In the end, we need to really model labor supply, saving, consumption, fertility decisions over the entire life cycle. So you need some very good theoretical models that you can also estimate then based on the data. What is also super important is to understand how the decisions of one partner are influenced by the decisions of the other partner. Yeah? I mean, this you can only do when you have household level information. And then, of course, the last point, I mean, to what extent do cross-sectional measures of inequality, so people are not only measuring wealth, but they're also measuring the Gini for income, change if you widen the perspective and focus, say, on a lifetime perspective. Yeah? So what's the distribution of lifetime earnings compared to the distribution of cross-sectional earnings? And that's what you can nicely do with the data. I mean, just to give you some ideas, so just prototype style. So here on the left-hand side, we see for insurance in the western part of Germany, the Ginis of gross annual earnings. That's here, this black curve. And then we made an accounting exercise because we have the whole biographies and said, okay, now let's always accumulate up to a certain age the earnings across the lifetime up to age X. Yeah? So for a person age 40, we compute the total earnings up to age 40. For the person age 50, we do it up to age 50 and so on. And then we take this information again, so it's the same pool of insurance, to see how the volatility of earnings over the life cycle matters for the measurement of earnings inequality. And what you see here is that that's the gray curve. So this is now the Gini if you add up the earnings up to a certain age, and you see that it's much lower. Yeah? So these short-term fluctuations contribute to part of the earnings inequality that you see when you're looking at a single cross-section. So that's the first point. And if you want to get a rough idea about lifetime earnings accumulated for the cohort born 1935 of West German men in Germany, measured in prices 2018 according to our preliminary estimate, that's this point here. So it's about gross individual, it's 1.2 million euros. So gross individual, 1.2 million euros up to age 65. And now, just to put this number in perspective, so Germany is not as cheap as before, and Berlin has become especially expensive. So if you want to buy a flat of maybe 120 square meters within the boundaries of the tram, it easily costs you this amount, yeah? So all your income is gone, although this income was gross, yeah? So all it's gone, there's nothing to eat left, yeah? So most people cannot afford a nice flat in Berlin, that's for sure. Okay, I think I skip with this because we are running a bit out of time. And then you can do the same analysis. I mean, that's a nice feature of the data. Now on a household level perspective. So you can take, for example, a West German man and see to whom they are married with, and add this married partner's earnings to their earnings. So this is what's happening. So this is the curves that you have already seen, which ends up at about 1.2 million euros for a West German man born 1935 West. And when you add now their partner's earnings, you end up with about, I think it was 1.6 million euros. And of course you can switch the perspective and can do the accounting exercise from the side of the female partner. That's totally different, right? So the black curve is much lower, and then the male partner adds a lot more. Okay, that's it. And then what you can now see is the benefits of household pooling of resources. So here we again show the Gini coefficients of annual earnings, left side, and aggregated earnings up to age X. But now the comparison is between individuals and households. So individuals are the black curves, and then we add the partners. So there's this household pooling aspect, and you see when you add the partners' earnings, again you see a reduction in the level of measured earnings inequality. Okay, I think I'm in time, right? Now I can breathe for a second. Okay, so I think to get a complete picture of material inequalities in a country, you need a very good understanding of how unequally wealth and augmented wealth and also lifetime income / earnings, maybe also post-tax transfers are distributed. Of course, you would also want to understand the determinants of these inequalities. So is it inequalities of opportunities, or is it outcomes / efforts? So is it that wealth is so highly concentrated because of inheritances, or is it because there are some people who work like hell and save like hell? Yeah? Is it heterogeneous preferences? So studies that I haven't seen so far, for example, is the question, I mean, given that lifetime resources in terms of earnings or working capacities are the same for two persons, how much variation do we see in the distribution of wealth? This would certainly reflect to some extent differences in time preferences and also risk attitudes. So there's a lot of unexplored territory, and what you also rarely find in research, and I think there's also a lot of research to be done, is really, it's on the one hand to have high quality data on all these aspects, but then also have models which you can write down ideally in closed forms and then really learn about all these behavioral aspects. Yeah? So what drives savings decision, what drives retirement decisions, labor supply decisions, so what is fertility mattering in this respect, etc. pp. Many thanks for your interest and the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carsten Schröder. Pirmin Fessler will discuss this.
It's paper. That's me. Okay. Oops. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Carsten. I think it was an awesome presentation, even though you had not a lot of time for the things you wanted to cover. I will be very quick, though. I just want to mention a few things. So a short summary. Okay, part of the gap, we saw that between the US and Germany is explained by pension entitlements, and it's actually a pretty huge part, and it's really surprising. It was also, to me, very surprising that up to the 75th percentile, Germans seem to be richer if you count that, right? So this is very interesting. I mean, I have some ideas about that, but I think it's a complicated issue. One thing is what we can really see here, and this is one of the most important topics, I think it's how much we can do if we are able to match register data to the surveys, right? Yeah. And I think that's important. It's one thing to analyze administrative register data, but it's much more interesting if you can merge it with surveys because of the household level, but also because of other things you mentioned. The SURP, of course, is a fantastic tool. Luckily now in Austria there are projects which will try to do something similar. If it works out, in 20 years, whoever does research then can use the tools doing similar things. Just before I show some things I did, I want to stress one. I want to pick out one thing you did, which I'm very interested in. So you look at these accumulated life income earnings, and I think this is very interesting. It would be very interesting to me, I don't know if you have done work already, to see if those people who earn in the beginning of their working life more, basically, are they able to exploit that? Either by building up savings quicker, are able to move earlier into a house where they then can benefit from imputed rent and kind of more savings, or they could invest in capital and they could end up with relatively more capital income, kind of, yeah? And also accumulate wealth quicker. It would be very interesting for me to see things like that. What I did, just to check a little bit, so I found on Statistics Austria that also Austria produces a number on this pension system implicit wealth, which is rather large, as you can see. This is in million euros, and it's about 446% of GDP in future entitlements the state has to pay. If you compare that, I just took the Eurostat number, I have to admit, and divided it by the population size. And for Germany, you see 106,000 euros. So I don't know if your table was at the household level, then it would fit perfectly, because
that's household level.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, it's really surprising how close, because I think in Germany the household size is about 2.1 on average, so it fits really with your 200,000 euro. But I don't know what Eurostat does to do that, but it seems to be quite reasonable. And you see in Austria, it's significantly more actually per person, and in Switzerland it's even more. So it's something which is not peanuts, right? It's a huge amount of money per capita in these pension systems. Yeah. And then to come to my question, so I think one thing we have to, I mean, it's great to be able to match the survey to register data, but the problem I see always is the problem of selection. Mm-hmm. And the question, how much are we able to control the selection? I mean, in the SURP is really great. I admire all the work which is done by the DEW to keep these people in the survey and to make them stay, but still there is a lot of attrition. And then you need the consent, so that's another selection criteria, and I just wonder how much you have that under control, because in the end it could be that we end up with really a certain sample and we don't really know what it's representing, and it might be very difficult to put that into the weighting schemes, which are already very complicated, which you have in the SURP. So I wonder, in general, and I wonder generally speaking, what's your idea about that? How should we link register to survey data? Because in survey data we have a lot of non-response. We want to have the administrative data in the survey, then people will say, oh yeah, it's administrative data in the survey, but of course only for the respondents and only for the sample we have. And then in the end, it's all about weighting and non-response weights to be able to describe a certain reality, right? Then you touched it. I will not talk much about that. Individual versus household. So that's also very important. We need to look at households, but at the same time, households change quite quickly and ever more quickly, right? So that's also why I think we have the same problem with inflation and other aggregates, right? We produced aggregates in the early 1900s, in the 1950s, 60s, like GDP, average wages, and inflation rates, and the household structure in that time was very homogeneous compared to now. Households are now not, the variation in household structure is large and they are changing all the time, right? So it's very different to have a concept of a household even across a few years. I mean, I know from Ars the Chemical who ran the SCF at that time, they once did a panel in the SCF from 2007 to 2009 because of the crisis. And he told me they were shocked because more than 20% of the households were not the same after 2 years. People move out, people move in. So the pace is quite fast. And that's especially problematic in Europe, I think, where we have all these, we want to cover the national aggregates, but then we have a lot of young people moving around, spend a few years in Germany, come back to Spain, and so on and so forth. So it makes it even more complicated if we want to stick with this comparing national structure. And now the most complex thing, and then I'm done, it's only 1 minute more, I think, in communication of results. It's very difficult also for us, and I just wonder what you think about that. I mean, if you present these lifetime earnings, what people have in mind, okay, these people are better off than the other people, right? That's what the people have in mind in the end. It doesn't matter even if you talk about income or wealth. In the end, everyone thinks about, it's about their well-being somehow. Like, usually in economics, we have this little trick, right? Like, we measure income, we set every welfare weight to 1, so we say an additional unit of income is worth the same for everyone. Then we add it up in a social welfare function, and then we claim, okay, income is utility, utility is well-being, and we are done. But of course, that's a huge simplification, as we all know. And I wonder, mostly for communication, also what we both touched already about the differences between ownership structure and utility. Like you live in a home as a child, you don't own the home, but you're benefiting from it via non-cash income. So there my question would be, or generally I think something we should think more about is how can we communicate that the way from measuring income or wealth to talking about welfare is a pretty long way with pretty strong assumptions.
Thank you very much, Pirmin. Thanks also to both of you for your time discipline, which gives us time for discussion now, because Pirmin asked a few very specific questions to Carsten. I would like just to give you an opportunity to react.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If the light is on.
Okay, I think I will pick up just a few of your comments, because otherwise you are again out of time. So, yes, I mean, you were talking about the weighting of the data, and of course in every voluntary panel there is panel attrition, so this is somehow captured in the cross-sectional longitudinal weights that we provide. But then, as you said, there's this additional aspect of selectivity into the consent, and these results that I've shown you rely on a very standard procedure, which is to model the willingness to consent as a dummy on a function of observed characteristics. And the nice thing with the panel that we have is that we have a lot of these observables, but of course if the selection is on unobservables, I mean, that's what we cannot address. Okay, Then you were making an interesting point which related to the lifetime earnings when you said that working early in life pays off. As you can explore it with the data, but we haven't done it so far because we are still working on the full data infrastructure, because what we have now here is social security earnings, but we also want to have the earnings of the civil servants and the self-employed, so this is to be added. But this is certainly a thing you can do. Then you were speaking about household or family formation. And what I have shown you today relies on the assumption that the couples that we observe today are the couples in the past, and that there were no other partners, married partners. Yeah? So this is the assumption that we had made so far. But I think very generally, I think this is an issue which holds for all of us. When we do such exercises, we are all in the situation that we have to make a lot of working assumptions, and I think the best you can do is to really write them down in technical appendices to papers, so that and also at the source files, so that when people can play around with the working assumptions that you are making. And your last point related to whether lifetime earnings somehow match into, say, lifetime well-being. And of course, this would be a strong simplification. Why? So, in human capital is not equally distributed across the population, and earnings are a function of two components: your hourly wage, which reflects your, say, abilities, and the working hours you invest. Yeah, so you can be a person with very high hourly wages and very low working hours, and vice versa. So there might even be people with the same lifetime earnings who have invested very different amounts of time to accrue it. So I think the best I can say is, we need to understand such things really through theoretical lifetime models. First thing, and then of course there's always the possibility not only to measure inequalities unidimensionally, but also multidimensionally, right? And you can also connect these different dimensions via copulas, etc.
Thank you very much. Are there questions in the floor? Do we have questions in the internet? No? Maybe Peter.
Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I have one very specific question concerning your choice of the research question, because obviously I find this discussion of augmented wealth, including pension entitlements, and comparing it US to Germany, very interesting. But why focus on pension wealth? You could also have included what we had before, schooling or any other type of capital you can think of.
No.
What's the reasoning behind? And the second question would be, do you have any plans to include other parts as well in the future? Thank you.
Okay, so to be honest, this work already involved a lot of time and competencies on the side of the data, on institutional details, etc. And we thought we are best in really focusing on pension wealth. We have most human capital devoted in this direction or allocated. And so that's an issue of feasibility, just to be honest. And then there's also a very general aspect, and the two of us briefly discussed it also earlier. When it comes to pensions, for example, you know that there's a phase where you pay into the system, and provided you are lucky enough to reach retirement, there's a payout phase, and there will be a stream of money which flows into your pocket. Yeah, so that's your budget. So you can really then add up earnings, say, for example, with these pensions. So that's what you can do, and you can also and this also accrues on your bank accounts, for example. But when you switch, say, for example, to health insurance, which could also be included in a very broad measure, I mean, the things are pretty much different, right? So you are insurant and you pay into the system, but your payout is not a function of how much you paid in, but it's a matter about how sick you are, yeah? And then this money doesn't flow into your pocket, it flows into the healthcare system, so the doctors must be paid, the medication, etc. And what you get as a return, hopefully, is an improvement of your health. And this is what you would then want to somehow value, right? So it's, I think, a big complication. So this is why we really sat back and just thought about looking at adding pension weights, which is not only social security pension weights, but it was also pension weights held in terms of private health insurances and also company insurances. And then we thought, okay, let's stop here. It's complicated enough.
Okay, thank you very much. We now change the stage. We are going to look during the workshop into these components. Health and housing, unfortunately not into schooling, but now we stick with pensions. So the next presenter will be Marcin Wronski from the Warsaw School of Economics. And the discussant will be Markus Knell. Please, Marcel, I will give you some signs if you...
Okay. Hello, my name is Marcin Wronski. I'm the assistant professor at Warsaw School of Economics. The impact of social security wealth on the wealth distribution was the topic of my doctoral dissertation. I'm also the former student of Carsten Schröder. Carsten supervised my master thesis at Free University Berlin in 2018. Today we met after 5 years, so it is a great pleasure to be here. In my doctoral thesis, I measured the impact of social security wealth on wealth distribution in Poland. Main outcomes of the thesis, which is a book in Polish, are presented in the article in the Applied Economics Letters. Thanks to the doctoral grant from the National Science Center Poland, I have also published the estimates of the impact in 19 European countries. Both papers share the same methodology, so I will try to present both and be quick. The first outcome of the doctoral thesis is the review of the literature on this issue, which is forthcoming in the Handbook of Labor, Human Resources and Population Economics. So usually when I present this research, I begin with the introduction. What is the augmented wealth and why is it important? You already know it, so I will skip in the interest of time. So to summarize the literature, we already know that social security wealth reduces augmented wealth inequality at the country level. However, the availability of the cross-country results is very low. The paper by Carsten and co-authors is notable exception. So I will try to provide some cross-country estimates of the impact of social security wealth on augmented wealth inequality. My data source here is the Household Finance and Consumption Survey. I analyzed the distributions of private wealth, social security wealth, and augmented wealth. Augmented wealth is defined as the sum of private wealth and social security wealth. Firstly, I estimate the distribution of private wealth based on the HFCS. Then I estimate the distribution of social security wealth based on the data from HFCS on public pension benefits and Eurostat mortality forecast. Finally, I compare inequality metrics measured for the distribution of private wealth, social security wealth, and augmented wealth. I also investigate the impact of social security wealth on cross-country wealth gaps in the European Union. The value of social security wealth is defined as the discounted actuarial value of future public pension benefits. The most important limitation of this research is the fact that the sample includes only those who already claim public public pension benefits. The HFCS provides some data on the entitlements of working households. However, the data quality is very low. For example, in Poland, the mean value of entitlements in the public pension accounts declared by the respondents is 10 times lower than mean value according to the administrative statistics. So in many countries, people do not know how much they did save. The Polish paper includes survivors' benefits and mortality differentials. The international paper does not include survivors' benefits because the rules determining survivors' benefits in some European countries are very complicated, and data provided in the HFCS is not enough to estimate the value of future possible payments from the survivor's benefits, so-called inheriting the pension after the deceased partner. It is well known that people with higher socioeconomic status live longer. Therefore, the estimates of the impact of social security wealth on wealth inequality, which does not take this differential into account, may be overestimated. Currently in the literature, this mortality differential is rarely taken into account. The paper on Austria by Markus and Reinhard is a notable exception. The Eurostat provides estimates of life expectancy by the education level. However, to estimate the value of social security wealth, I need survival probabilities, not life expectancy, because different survival probabilities may produce the same life expectancy. Initially, I tried to connect with Eurostat and ask them for the background calculation. However, they refused sharing anything connected with it. So according to the Eurostat figures, life expectancy of 65 years old male in the case of men with elementary education is lower than 14 years. In the case of men with higher education, it is over 18 years. In the case of women, gaps are smaller. If we compare these gaps in life expectancy in Poland with other European countries that are higher than average, and men in Poland live especially short in the European comparisons. Only 70% of men live long enough to claim their pension. So I do not know numbers from other countries, but life expectancy in Poland is one among the lowest in case of men. So I have estimated the education-related mortality differential at my own based on the census data on the education of the population and administrative data on the education of the deceased. Here you can see the graph comparing the mortality probability of men with elementary, secondary, and higher education. The secondary education is blue, the elementary education is orange, and higher education is red at the bottom. So we clearly see that men with higher education have lower death probability in each year. Here we can see the same number for women. We see that education-related mortality differential is way smaller in the case of women, and this is similar in other European countries. So education matters for life expectancy, but it matters way more in the case of men than in the case of women. So I invested a lot of time into estimating these mortality differentials. It was not pleasant work. So the final question is the mortality differential important? And to my surprise, on the individual level, it is important. So men with higher education will claim close to 20% more pension benefits than if estimated using uniform mortality. However, on the household level, the impact is very small. So the difference between social security wealth estimated based on the uniform mortality and estimated using mortality differential is a few percent. So the reason for this discrepancy is the fact that in my sample, so the sample of pensioners, the men with higher education are almost never single, and the degree of assortative matching is very low. So in these cohorts, the share of men with higher education was higher than share of women's, and the correlation between education of men, of husband and wife is very low. So the impact diminishes. So in Poland, social security wealth clearly decreases the augmented wealth inequality. For vast majority of pensioner households, social security wealth is the most important wealth component. The correlation between social security wealth and private wealth is relatively high. However, it is significantly lower in the tiles of the distribution. So we observe some very poor households who have high value social security wealth, and we observe some rich households who have very little social security wealth. So now I am switching to the international paper comparing the impact of social security wealth in 19 European countries. Here I use the same method and also only pensioners. In nearly all countries, the mean value of social security wealth is similar or higher than mean value of private wealth. Only Luxembourg and Cyprus are exception here. The social security wealth does not overturn the European wealth hierarchy. So the countries which are private wealth rich tend to be also social security wealth rich. In some smaller countries, small sample sizes may be a problem. So the first step is the measurement of the link between both distributions. The correlation between private wealth and augmented wealth is stronger than the correlation between the social security wealth and augmented wealth. Many cross-country differences are observed. For example, the correlation between private wealth and social security wealth is especially strong in Latvia, France, and in Italy, while it is low in Hungary, Lithuania, and Netherlands. There is no easy generalization of the outcomes available. So I tried to generalize the outcomes using different regions of Europe, different welfare regimes. However, such classification do not fit. To measure the impact of social security wealth on wealth inequality, I compare inequality measures calculated for the distribution of private wealth and augmented wealth. I also decompose Gini index by factors. In all countries, Gini coefficient is lower in the case of social security wealth and augmented wealth than in the case of private wealth. The augmented wealth inequality is typically 30% lower than private wealth inequality. The equalizing impact of social security wealth, so the gap between private wealth inequality and the augmented wealth inequality, is strongest in Austria, Netherlands, Estonia, and Germany, when the Gini drops by close to 40%. The equalizing impact of social security wealth is weakest in Slovenia and Luxembourg. Here we can see the Lorentz curves. In some cases, confidence intervals are too wide to be interpreted, but in countries with significant sample sizes, we clearly see that the curve for augmented wealth distribution is below the curve for private wealth distribution. Here we see outcomes summarized in the graphs. Highest reduction in Austria, Netherlands, Estonia, and Germany, and smallest in Luxembourg and Slovenia. However, even in Luxembourg and Slovenia, social security wealth significantly reduces wealth inequality. Gini index is a useful number, but does not provide information on different segments of the wealth distribution. So the bottom 50% benefits the most from the inclusion of social security wealth. The change in the wealth share of middle 40% is small because some households from the middle 40% increase their wealth share after inclusion of social security wealth, while some households lose their share. The border, the limit between those losing and gaining is close to the 80th percentile. So some households gain, some households lose, and the net income is small. The top decile wealth share is reduced. The increase in wealth share of the bottom 50% is biggest in Austria, Germany, and Netherlands, while it is smallest in Slovenia, Croatia, and Slovakia. The drop in wealth shares of top 10 percentile is highest in Austria, Netherlands, and Germany. The decomposition of Gini index by factors confirmed the equalizing impact of social security wealth. In all countries, the impact of marginal increase in social security wealth on augmented wealth inequality is negative. The country ranking is slightly different. It is not the surprise, but still the equalizing impact of social security wealth in Estonia and Germany, Netherlands, France, in Netherlands, Austria, and Finland is strong, while it is lowest in Slovenia and Greece. In Slovenia and Greece, according to the Gini index decomposition, the equalizing impact is close to zero, but still statistically significant but still the difference between the estimate and zero is still statistically significant. And the last contribution of this paper is the investigation of the impact of social security wealth on cross-country wealth gaps. So to investigate it, I estimate the tile index and decompose tile index into within-country inequality and between-country inequality. The value of tile index estimated in the whole sample, so all 19 European countries which participate in the HFCS and provide data on the age of respondent, is clearly lower. So social security wealth lowers wealth inequality also on the European level. However, the augmented wealth inequality is to larger extent generated between countries than private wealth inequality. So the share of between country inequality in the case of private wealth is only 12%, while in the case of augmented wealth inequality, it is close to 25%. So the reason of this difference is the fact that poor people live in all European countries. For example, we observe poor people with wealth close to zero, both in Austria and Poland. However, all Austrian pensioners have higher public pension entitlements than Polish pensioners because public pension benefits are higher in Austria than in Poland. So the degree, the level of equalizing power of public pension system is correlated with the ratio of social security wealth to private wealth. The countries with higher correlation between augmented wealth distribution and private wealth distribution have lower inequality reduction. The higher share of single households is correlated with stronger equalizing power, while higher home ownership is correlated with weaker equalizing power. However, the most important correlation is the correlation between the Gini of private wealth and the relative reduction in Gini. In countries with higher inequality, there is a more wealth inequality to reduce. So if we measure the reduction as in the relative wealth, so as percentage share of private wealth inequality Gini index, this reduction is higher in countries with higher inequality. This graph should be interpreted with caution because HFCS is not comparable at the top. So some countries applied oversampling to capture the rich, others do not. In other paper written together with Michał Brzezińska and Katarzyna Sałak from the University of Warsaw, we compare top wealth corrections in Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe, and corrections for missing top wealth based on national rich lists are much higher in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. So in Western Europe, statistical agencies, central banks are doing a better job to capture those rich households than in Eastern Europe. So to conclude, in both papers I use HFCS data to compare the impact of social security wealth on wealth inequality. For Poland, I provide more detailed estimates, including survivors' benefits and education-related mortality differential. The estimation for European Union ignores those households, those factors. In all countries, social security wealth equalizes wealth distribution. However, the strength of the impact varies across country. My research shows that the impact of public pension systems on wealth distribution is strongest in Austria, Germany, and Netherlands, while it is relatively weak in Slovenia and Greece. And the main limitation of this research is the fact that only pensioners' households are included into the sample. Moreover, I cannot estimate the actuarial value of private pensions and occupational pensions because the information on the rules of pension is not provided in the HFCS. So I only include private pension and occupational pension based on the value of the accounts, and they're included in the private wealth. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marcin. The discussant is Markus Knell from the
Ja, ich glaube schon.
Okay, so thanks a lot for the presentation. It was very, very clear, and so I'm lucky I have this slide here, the summary of the two papers in just one slide, actually. But maybe I'm even briefer than that, because I think it was a very concise, also very fast presentation, I have to say. So just to repeat it here, the data source of your two papers are basically the HFCS, the third wave. It's about 19 countries, and that's the sample is focused or is exclusively using retired households. I come back to that because, of course, that's a limitation, as you said at the end. The life expectancy data, they come from Eurostat. Then what is also important, and I also come back to this point here, is for the discount rate, in order to calculate the present values, you use a discount rate of 2%, which is in line with the use in many papers. But of course, that's a very important assumption, and it's often not discussed, I think, in the literature. And the results, I think there are two basic results. The one is if you include pension entitlements in this augmented wealth measure, this increases augmented wealth by between 230% for the EU average. That's almost exactly what you calculated for Poland. And on the flip side of that is that the Gini coefficient of augmented wealth is lowered if you include pension entitlement, and it's decreased by about 30% across countries. And then you also had some result about how you could explain the cross-country differences. You showed that at the end, and that basically for augmented wealth, you argue in the paper that between country inequality is more important than within country inequality, and then you also found that the effect of heterogeneous life expectancy, it's rather small on the household level. So in my comments, I want to focus on two items. I mean, there are many items you can discuss, but I just want to focus on these two. The first is about the scope of augmented wealth, and the second is about, as I said before, about the size, the assumption about the discount rates, and how you might want to include uncertainty in the discount rate. So starting with the scope of augmented wealth, we heard already in the first session today, that's a very broad question. I mean, you can cover many things about augmented wealth. In my comments, I want to be very narrow, so I just focus here on the scope for the inclusion of pension entitlements in augmented wealth. And here basically you have two dimensions. So the first is which kind of entitlements to include. So this private pension claims, occupational pension claims, and the public claims. And then, of course, which households to include. And in your papers, you include basically public claims and also private claims, in the sense if you're privately saving for retirement, this is also included. And you only include households where all members are retired. And that's, of course, a very restrictive assumption, as you, of course, know. But I just want to focus here on this point, because, I mean, if you look at these figures here, you might sometimes maybe get a wrong conclusions about the size. Because first, if you only focus on the retired households, this will, in general, exaggerate, so to say, the increase in augmented wealth, because you're focusing on this group of people that have high pension claims on average, compared to a person that just started to work. There are no pension claims yet in their account. You also, again, on the flip side, you tend to exaggerate the reduction in inequality, because, I mean, as you add exactly those households that have lots of pension entitlements, this might give in this way a distorted picture. And the third thing is, this might also interfere with international comparison, because if you have countries with a huge share of pensioners, then you add, in these countries, you add a lot of pension entitlements, and then you have other countries where you all have a small share of pensioners, then this is not so important for those countries. So in order to illustrate that, I used the case of Austria. This is the calculations you presented in your paper here for Austria, and it also, as I said, it also includes it only includes the sample of the retired households. So that's for Austria, that's 862 households, and if you're doing the calculation, augmented wealth is 320% of private wealth. So I'm using here your notation: private wealth, social security wealth, augmented wealth. And the Gini coefficient is reduced from 0.67 for private wealth to 0.39 for augmented wealth. So that's a reduction of 42%. And as I said, it's the largest actually in the sample of 19 countries for Austria. But it only includes the retired households. So in the working paper we've written last year, we have a comparable exercise using the same data source, HFCS, for the same year, but including all households. And as you see here, the reduction, or starting with the mean values, it's not 320%, it's only 200%, the relation of augmented wealth to private wealth. And the reduction in the Gini coefficient is also lower, it's only 27%. So it's reduced from 0.73 to 0.53, which is, by the way, almost exactly what Carsten found for Germany. So it's so Austria and Germany is, again, it's very similar actually in these values here. But I mean, as you see here in the fifth line, we use the different discount rate for this calculation. So it's a discount rate of 3% and not 2%. So I just read it for the presentation. I read it the entire exercise with a 2%. So first, if I also only focus on the retired household here, I get comparable results, I would say, to your calculation. It's not exactly the same because I'm using a slightly different definition of households. I also use net pension benefit and not gross pension. So there are certain different, and there's also different life expectancy. But I would say that's pretty comparable. And now, if I add again all households and I use 2%, the picture doesn't change that much actually to the calculation with 3%. So the conclusion I had before remains here. The inclusion of all households leads to a smaller reduction actually in the Gini coefficient, so it's only 27% or 30%, not 42%. And it's also not that large, so to say, an add-on on the private wealth. But of course, I mean, you can only do what you have. And in your data set, it's pretty difficult actually to come up with those data. So I have a small suggestion actually, because in some surveys, like in some countries, I think of the HFCS, you have one question that you might use, because there's a question to the households, or I think to all individuals, that says, how many years have you been working for the entire year? So there's only a very tiny question actually. But if you have a certain type of pension systems, which is a point system as in Germany, or a notional defined contribution system as in Sweden, Italy, or Poland on that matter, or a kind of hybrid system as in Austria, you can use the answer to this question and make some further assumptions, and then you come up with a very rough estimate, so to say, also of the entitlement of the working population. And we did that actually for Austria, and it was surprisingly close to the data if you use statistical matching. I mean, in a certain way, you might say that that's tautological because statistical matching is also based on the income. But anyway, so it's maybe it might be useful for cross-country comparison. Okay, so then very briefly to my second the second issue I want to discuss. That's about this choice of the discount rate. So there's no consensus in the literature. Most papers use something with 2% or 3%, and I think this follows basically the OECD guidelines, and they say there the present value estimates for an asset should be derived using a conservative discount rate, such as the risk-free government bond rate. But then if you continue reading in these guidelines, there's no reason actually offered for that. It simply continues. And that's kind of strange in a way, because there's no reason actually to simply use that, so to say. And I just want to offer two items here. So the first is basically the discount rate should reflect the the risk stream of the entitlements you get. And so to say, the horizon and the return risk profile of pension entitlements are simply different from the risk and return profile of government bonds. So normally it's much larger in the future. So the duration of government bond is between, I don't know, 5 to 8 years, while pension entitlement, that's much larger. Then pension entitlements are very often they're indexed to wage growth, which is not true for government bonds. On the other hand, they are maybe not indexed against inflation, so, or maybe they are, but it's not so clear. And there's a paper, or a couple of papers actually, by John Giannakopoulos and co-authors. And what he's arguing is basically that you should take that into account, that wage risk, it's basically similar to stock risk. So I cannot go into the details here, but he has one or two models arguing that wage growth, it's very similar to stock returns. In the long run, not in the short run, there's more like zero correlation, but in the long run, you have this risk. And his suggestion actually is, if you use this market price here, then you get much larger discount rates than if you just assume a government bond rate. So this is one element. And the second one is, of course, the adjustment for pension reform risk. This is also a big issue. And there's another, I think, very interesting paper by Lutman and Samrick in the American Economic Review. And they try to use survey to come up with a kind of risk premium for policy uncertainty in social security wealth. So they simply ask people about the expected the expectations about their future pension benefits, and then they ask him, what is your certainty equivalent? So how much would you be content to accept if you're offered this expected pension benefit for certain? And the interesting thing is, first, the average expected benefits are only 60% actually of the benefits that are current law, so they expect much lower benefits than it's currently, so to say, promised. And then the certainty equivalence, it's about 5 to 9% lower than the expectations. So this means subjectively, people are using a higher discount rate, so to say, or they are, at least they are willing to accept a certain discount on your expectations in order to get it for sure. So these things maybe should be included in the discount rate. And by the way, we have a very similar discussion also about the discount rate if we're talking about climate risk models, because also there it's very important, of course, how to discount benefits and damages that are very far out in the future. So this shouldn't be neglected. So, and my last slide actually concerning pension reforms. I think Poland is a very good example for a staccato of pension reforms over the last 5 to 6 years. It's not included in your paper, I guess, because you don't need that, because you only focus on the pensioners. But to me, it was a good example, actually, to see that it's pretty important to include these kind of risks. Okay, thank you.
Should I respond?
Yes, please, Marcin.
So thank you, Markus, for very intelligent comments. I agree with you that limitation of the sample to pensioners is the important limitation, and in the whole sample the impact would be lower. It was dictated by the data availability. Regarding the interest rate, I estimated the value of social security wealth using also different interest rates, and the ranking of countries does not change very much. Suggestion on the using work history is useful. However, as you have shown, the Poland experienced many important pension reforms after the economic transition. So I'm not sure whether the information on the number of years work until the transition will be important. I did not comment on the reforms in Poland in the paper, because most of my sample were not impacted by the reforms, because most of their work history were in the socialist times, and their pension benefits were calculated based on the previous rules. So thank you a lot. I really appreciate it.
Discussion is open. Please.
Thanks for our comments question, which opened a very interesting angle. So pension basically is a pay-as-you-go system, right? So more wealth means actually your burden is higher. So you actually, many of the country, if you do cross-country comparison, actually is high pension wealth also means high contribution, right? So shouldn't we only focus on wealth itself? Then it's a 3D question. It's an income, wealth, and consumption question together, right? And this uncertainty since, and there will be next generation. So means probably it's a pay-as-you-go. Means maybe next generation their contribution will be higher. So back to my initial molecule question: should we think of a molecule itself, or the future of the molecule, or molecule son? It's a systematic question. So it sounds like to answer this overall welfare question, it's a macro question.
Orsetta, you had a question, please.
Thank you. So it was a super interesting presentation, and I think I have to read the paper because you were pretty fast and probably faster than me understanding everything. But anyway, I was thinking about the point about the reduction in inequality, which is something that, for example, I work at the OECD and committees, people were always asking about this for the public pension. And I was wondering if you had thought about looking at more granular measure of inequality, especially in the bottom part, given the topic that we're thinking about. And so, granular measure in the bottom, or I was thinking about poverty metrics. Now there is a debate in the literature about asset poor households, so there is the income and asset poor. I know that, with the HFCN you cannot address all of these issues, but given, your expertise, I wonder whether you had thought about it, and so relate that to the old age poverty risk. And I was thinking another dimension is the gender dimension, because we know that women are, also because they have higher life expectancy, they are subject to higher poverty risks at old age. So I was wondering whether you had thought or you had some thought about it, because it's very relevant from a policy perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Governor Holzmann, please.
It's a question, a presentation question, which applies to what I've said before, what you do. It's using for wealth a Gini coefficient which is uncorrected for the fact that if you use a Gini as a social welfare function, inequality, then it means if the quality Gini is 0.7, you could increase welfare by 30% if you gave everybody the same thing. And what you do here is you assume that giving everybody from babies to the elderly the same wealth, this would maximize social welfare. So what it means, if one calculates the Gini, everybody has the same income, everybody has the same work record, and at the same time, it would have by itself a Gini, an inequality Gini of 0.3. So it's only a presentation of one, but I'm wondering why one doesn't introduce a simple transformation to make the Gini, the inequality Gini, more relevant. It leads to, how to say, transformation which uses the high levels there, which gives the impression that there's a high inequality. Well, equality exists because we assume implicitly, coming back to the issue of measurement, life cycle mechanisms underlying, which also could help in the presentation. It's only whether I get very nervous when I see this, because it's somewhat incomplete and falsifying, biased. That's all.
Thank you very much. I take another question from Carsten Schröder, but then I give you the opportunity to react. Carsten, please.
Well, I liked your country rankings a lot.
but I would like to know three things. So the first one relates to the question of how you deal with zero or negative wealth. Because if there is zero or negative wealth, the Gini coefficient, for example, is no longer bounded in the 0-1 interval. And then my second question is about whether you have checked whether these inequality rankings hinge on the inequality index that you are using. I mean, there are many other indices, like the entropy class inequality indices, where you also can play around with the inequality sensitivity parameter. And then this connects to the last question. There's also the possibility to use the generalized Gini coefficient, right? So which combines the information about the shape of the distribution and the average wealth in society.
Okay. I would like to give the floor a first opportunity to react and then see how we are doing in time and then maybe allow more questions. So.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Regarding the first comment question, I fully agree that social security wealth and private wealth are only two dimensions, and this question may be developed further. I have another paper in which I measure the correlation between private wealth, income, and consumption. And for example, in Western Europe, the correlation between income and wealth is much higher than in Eastern Europe. Regarding the gender gaps, I investigated this topic in my doctoral dissertation in Poland. This is quite interesting because women live women have lower pensions. However, they live longer, and the value of public pension entitlements of women is higher than the value of public pension entitlements of men by 20%. But in Poland, public pension system to a large extent discriminate against men. So the value of public pension benefits is only so the value of public pension benefits is 40% lower than the actuarial value. So there are uniform life tables, different pension age. But I agree that this gender dimension may be explored also in other European countries in the second international paper. Regarding this suggestion on assets poor, poverty, old age poverty, thank you a lot. It is a good suggestion for future research. I cannot say now much about it, but there are worth topics to be investigated. Regarding the comment by Governor Holzmann, thank you a lot. I fully agree that Gini index is not the perfect measure, and there are many measures sensitive to other parts of wealth distribution. There are measures based on social welfare function. So in this paper, I only use this Gini index, the decomposition, and desired shares, but in future, this research might be extended to include other measures, and this also connects with the second and third comment from Carsten. So in the paper, I have only compared the equalizing power based on the Gini index change and Gini index decomposition. In the case of wealth shares, if we use the change in the wealth share of bottom 50%, the country ranking is similar. So using these three measures, country rankings to a large extent overlap. However, this research might be extended using other inequality metrics. Thank you a lot for these suggestions. Regarding the zeros, zeros are not included when estimating Theil index. However, the share of zeros is small, so I think it is close to 2% in the case of private wealth, and in the case of augmented wealth, there is about 0.1 or 0.05%. So thank you a lot for all your suggestions. I am standing between you and your lunch, so I will not talk any longer.
We can shave off a little bit from the lunch, so we have 1 hour lunch break. That should be enough, even if we clip off a tiny bit. I would not like to curb the discussion here. Markus, you wanted to
I just want to add a small point concerning this micro-macro perspectives about pay-as-you-go system, which I think is also important for comparison between countries. Namely, in theory, you should only add pension entitlements that come from a sustainably financed pension system. I mean, it doesn't make that much sense if we have very generous promises, but everybody knows they are not fulfillable in the future. And I mean, I know some papers from the United States, they also have calculations including on the payable, they call it payable pension benefits, which is taking account of that. And this not only concerns, I think, pension benefits, but all kind of benefits, of course, because otherwise you might be making double counting or you might exaggerate the outlook.
So I had before a question there in the back. I will bring the mic to you.
I was just wondering about the mortality rates that you showed, if they were per 100,000 persons.
Excuse me, could you please speak a bit louder?
Yeah, you showed some mortality rates, and I was wondering whether they were per 100,000 persons, so mortality rates by educational group. And how did you account for differences in life expectancy when you estimate augmented wealth?
So, I estimated mortality differential in the Polish paper by the education groups because the information education level is provided in the death certificates, and I simply use different more survival probabilities for people with elementary education, secondary education, and higher education. So the information education level is provided in the HFCS. Of course, theoretically it is possible to differentiate mortality rates by income, like in the paper on Austria, but for Poland, such data is not available.
I would like to abuse my role and ask a question myself, because it seemed to me that this point Markus raised in his discussion about how do you determine or justify the discount rate you're applying. What's your reaction to that?
Okay, so I simply use the same discount rate as OECD in the reports, pension at a glance. I use the same discount rate like in paper comparing Germany and USA. However, I also estimated social security wealth using different interest rates. So it is clear if interest rate is higher, the equalizing impact of social security wealth is smaller. But the change in the interest rate does not matter very much for the cross-country ranking.
Okay, so you are following the conventions, you do some sensitivity, but you do not go into this complex discussion what you should do more fundamentally. Thank you. We have now exhausted the time of the morning session. We will have now a lunch break outside. Lunch is served in this room, so you can have lunch, of course, and network and chat. And I would like to ask you to come back at 1:30 sharp. Let me say another thing. We got many requests over the internet whether the slides and the presentations would be shared. We are happy to do so, of course, provided we get the consent of the authors. So my colleagues are trying to get this consent, and when we have it, and from these presentations we have it, we will share as soon as possible, so every material will be distributed and made public. And now I would like to thank you for your attention and discipline, for the interesting presentation, and wish you a nice lunch break. Have a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome back to the workshop. We are now continuing in our program with the topic of health, and I'm very happy to welcome our first speaker, Thomas Leoni, from the University of Applied Sciences in Wiener Neustadt, and the discussant will be Maria Hofmarcher, and we continue in the same format as in the morning. So please give us your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and this introduction. I'm really glad to be here. Let me very briefly sketch the content of my presentation. I will first provide some background information relying on insights from the international literature on the topic. And then I will present two different but related studies for Austria. And let me stress from the beginning that the focus of these studies was not augmented wealth to begin with. Nevertheless, I hope that the studies and the results that I'm going to present add some insights and contribute to a better understanding of the issues that are at stake when we try to calculate augmented wealth measures. The first study is an investigation of the impact that healthcare services have on household income when we monetize them and attribute their value to households in a cross-sectional perspective. This is research that I did as part of a much larger study on the redistribution through the state in Austria, which was carried out by a larger group of people under the lead of Sylvia Rocha-Akis at WIFO. The second study takes a quite different perspective and looks at, in a longitudinal view, at how differences, socioeconomic differences in healthcare consumption, but also in mortality and life expectancy, together combine to give different life course health profiles, healthcare cost profiles for different socioeconomic groups. And this is a joint work together with Tom Horvath, Martin Spielauer, and Peter Reschenhofer from WIFO. And I'm glad that Tom and Martin are here in the room. They're the masterminds behind the micro simulation model that has been used in this study. So if there are questions in this respect, I will draw my telephone joker and pass on the question to the audience. Let me start. I think it's well established that there are socioeconomic inequalities in virtually all dimensions of health. And it's also fairly well established that at least in universal public or nearly universal public health systems, these inequalities in health translate also in stronger concentration of healthcare consumption and healthcare costs on more vulnerable social groups. We know that the healthcare system is a big chunk of modern welfare states, so it is not surprising that attributing these healthcare costs to households increases their income quite sizably. According to these calculations by Verbist et al. For the OECD, when we attribute the value of healthcare services to disposable household income, we increase this measure by about 14% on average across OECD countries. And it is important to note in this context, this calculation also shows that the healthcare system has a redistributive impact and reduces income inequality. If we take the Gini coefficient as a measure, the reduction is in the magnitude of about 10% across the OECD countries. But clearly, these calculations depend a lot on the measure that we use and also on the income concept that we apply. So the bottom line of this research is that the healthcare system does not only distribute between healthy and sick people, which is clearly its main primary objective, but also between more wealthy or richer households and poorer households. And the extent to which it does these two redistributive mechanisms is clearly very much an empirical question. It is also important to note that these two distributional effects might actually, or we could argue that they should even be larger than what we see in most data, because we know from research that the access to and the use of healthcare services is also not equally distributed. We know that there is a social gradient in the utilization of healthcare services. So after accounting for need, we see that for certain services, poorer households should actually use more, even more maybe, of the healthcare system than they actually do. Here too there are, however, differences by country, but especially by type of service. When we look at Europe, there is quite a clear consensus that we see a social gradient concerning, for instance, specialist doctor visits, and particularly dentists, and also some preventive services, which is particularly, I think, important in a health policy perspective. However, and this is the good news, when we make these need-adjusted calculations, the social inequalities are much lower or even inexistent when we look at general practitioner visits and hospitalizations, which are also the main cost-driving factor in health systems. They account for about 45% of the total healthcare costs in Austria. To stress this point, let me just show you very briefly results of a calculation that I did some years ago using the share data for people aged 50 plus. What you see here are basically the three main personal healthcare service categories: GP visits, specialist visits, and hospital stays. And I show you data for the health inequality index, which very briefly can be interpreted in the form of a Gini coefficient that goes from -1 to +1, whereby positive values indicate that after accounting for the need, so after taking into account the health status of persons, we see a higher concentration in the use of this specific service among richer households. When it is negative, we see an overproportional use, needs-adjusted use in poorer households. And so we see here for a number of countries, and let me just stress Austria, that what I just said before finds a confirmation in the sense that we see quite a clear pro-rich bias, if you want, in terms of specialist doctor visits, and actually this bias is stronger in Austria than it is in other comparable European countries. I have also to stress that these data refer to all doctor visits, regardless whether they're public or private, publicly or privately financed. But we see this bias, this social gradient in specialist visits. But, and this is the good news, we don't find a significant bias both for GP visits and hospital stays. And this is important because I would not like to downplay this issue. As I said, it's also important in a broader health policy perspective to look at who accesses how and in what, to what extent the healthcare system. But at least for our calculations here that look at the distributive impact at the very aggregate level, this issue of healthcare access should not play a major role, should not change the results a lot. The last point that I would like to make is that although we have quite a lot of research and evidence in a cross-sectional perspective with calculations showing how much healthcare is consumed by different groups at a specific point in time, there is very little evidence in a cumulative life course perspective. And we cannot simply assume that what we see in a cross-section can be translated to lifetime consumption. First, because clearly there is an issue of translating age calculations into cohort calculations, and this is unfortunately something that we cannot solve either. We were not able to solve because we don't have the data for this, so we had to assume basically that we can translate age into cohort profiles. But, and this is the second point which we address, there is also the issue of socioeconomic inequalities in life expectancy. So when we look at socioeconomic differences in healthcare consumption, we should also be taking into consideration differences in mortality and life expectancy. Let me now come to so this is more or less the state of the available literature. Let me now come to the results of our two studies. The first is, as I said, a cross-sectional view. It's basically a study which is based on EU SILK data to map the Austrian population, the households and their incomes, and to try, with the objective to try to attribute as accurately as possible healthcare service consumption to the individuals and therefore to the households, so that we can then look at the distributive implication of this in-kind transfer. The problem is clearly that we do not observe this healthcare use, this healthcare consumption, and that we have to work with assumptions. And in this respect, we use an approach that is quite broadly used in the literature, because fortunately we are not the only ones who have this data problem, which is the insurance value approach that attributes to individuals the benefits from the different healthcare services based on average profiles by gender and age typically. So this is what we do in a first step. We use gender and age profiles, whereby age is aggregated at groups of 5-year age groups. These are provided by the Austrian National Public Health Institute, the GÖG in German. And these profiles are calculated in a way that when you multiply them with the respective population groups, they add up in total to the total healthcare expenditure according to the system of health accounts. So this is what we do in our first step. This is the A version, so to say, of our calculations. In the second step, our aim was also to look at how differences in health status, which, according to what I said before, we can expect to correlate very strongly with the actual healthcare consumption, the extent to which these differences in health status impact the picture that we get from our calculations. How did we attempt to do this? Well, we used the one information that is very useful in EU SILC, which is the subjective health status as provided by respondents. It's the self-rated health indicator, which is scaled from very bad to very good on 5 points. And what we do is basically to keep the total volume of resources allocated within a cell of the matrix by gender and 5-year age group constant, but we differentiate linearly. This is clearly a very strong and simplifying assumption, but we differentiate linearly, attributing basically to the people with the bad health status in that cell 5 times higher healthcare costs than to those that say they have a very good health status. So in total, this enables us to attribute in these different two variants around 24 billion euro in healthcare expenditure, which corresponds to the current public health expenditure according to system of health accounts without long-term care. And this is not a choice, it's just because, for data reasons, which I can then also explain, but because of data limitations, it would not be meaningful to include long-term care in these calculations. What do our results show? I come to this in a second, but just let me exemplify what I mean by these gender and age-specific healthcare cost profiles. Here you see what they look like. So basically the basis for these profiles are the ones provided by GÖG, and they have just one data point by age and gender. And we have basically blown up this information to account for differences in health status. What do our results show in this respect? Here I show results by quintile of the household income distribution. And I have to stress there are different options in terms of which measure of household income we want to use. These are also determining clearly the ranking of the households. So I'm not saying that this is the best or the only way to do it, but you have to pick a choice. So here we have gross total equivalized household income as a basis, which is basically the sum of the market incomes together with all monetary transfers. And so we set in a relation this in-kind benefit with this sum of market and non-market monetary incomes. Here is the calculation showing the distribution by quintiles, and the blue columns basically are this first attribution that is a demographic one. So you see that actually the first quintile is not the one with the highest healthcare consumption, clearly indicating that the household structure there is characterized by a younger population than in the second quintile, and even in the third quintile, where we have slightly higher costs when we look only at the attribution by gender and age group. When we include also self-rated health, or so to say, a broad, rough measure for healthcare need, we see, as expected, that the distribution becomes more progressive, but we still see that the second quintile is the one with the highest, so to say, volume of healthcare consumption. And this picture, if I had time, I would show you similar pictures for other OECD countries, and it's very much in line with what you find for other countries, at least countries such as Great Britain that have a universal healthcare system. The picture that I know for the US is a bit different, but it's not really that different. This other view on the other side shows us what these in-kind transfers mean from the perspective of the individual households and their income situation. So how much income do these in-kind transfer add? And we see that the impact of the healthcare system on the lower quantiles of the income distribution is very sizable. So in the lowest quintile, we have an impact around 30 to 33%. If we go down at the decile level, we see that in the bottom decile it's even over 45%, and that then the importance of healthcare services diminishes and drops to about 5% when we look at the richest households in our sample. Another way to look at the data is a bit in a historic perspective. Here we have a lot of limitations, but this study has been carried out several times, so there are repeated measurements, but there are some methodic and data differences, particularly between 2010 and the following years. I'm not going into this too much, but I would like to stress, I think, one thing that becomes visible quite clearly, that this redistributive impact has diminished slightly over time, at least for the period that we're looking at in Austria. And I have to stress that what you're seeing here is basically the A variant of our calculation, so it's the purely demographic attribution, indicating that there has been a shift in the household structure in terms of age and gender groups, but mostly probably age, in terms of who is at the bottom of the distribution, with a shift towards more young and less old persons. So just let me have a look at the time. Yeah, I think it's good. I will now switch to the second study, which takes a different perspective and looks more strictly at social inequalities and what these mean in a life course perspective. What is the analytical approach there? It's basically a combination of survey data and register data that are then imputed in a dynamic microsimulation model to show, so to say, different scenarios for either the whole population if we want, but I will focus on results for one specific birth cohort, that's the persons born in the year 2019. There are 3 steps involved in this work, and 2 are particularly tricky. The first is that we do not have any information on healthcare consumption by socioeconomic groups, or very little information. We chose education as an indicator for socioeconomic status for specific reasons related to the calculation of survival rates, and had basically to try to differentiate these healthcare use profiles and healthcare expenditure profiles that I showed you before by socioeconomic status, by education. And we did this with a combination of price weights and information taken from another survey, not EUSILC, where there's little information on the actual consumption. We took the information from the Austrian health survey, which provides information on how often people go to the doctor, how many days they have spent in the hospital, etc. And according to this information, we calculate cost profiles by gender, age, and education. We calibrate these cost profiles then again to ensure that they are consistent with system of health accounts measures, so that in total we still have a consistent picture with what the healthcare system costs in total. And then we use the dynamic microsimulation to project these healthcare costs in a cumulative lifetime perspective. And here we have the second tricky part, which was also mentioned in the presentation before lunch. We have to calculate survival rates that are education specific. And we do this by combining information on the remaining life expectancy at certain points in time, which is available, combining this information with information from the actuarial tables for Austria. And on the basis of this information, we then, as I said, calculate different scenarios of healthcare costs for the 2019 birth cohort. I could explain much more about the model, but I don't think there is enough time for this. So let me just stress two important aspects of this approach. This is the third bullet point here, which is the fact that our approach has the aim to be consistent on the one hand with the total healthcare expenditure according to the system of health accounts, and on the other hand with the population projections by Statistics Austria. Okay, so these are our two anchors, if you want. And the main feature of the approach is that we are then able to separate and quantify the effects of different factors, namely the healthcare use patterns, the socioeconomic differences in mortality, and increases in life expectancy. So these are the three main levers that we use to create scenarios. I have also to add maybe a final point that here we show only data covering a certain part of the healthcare system, namely expenditures for doctor visits, hospital stays, and daytime daycare basically in hospitals, because these are the only three categories that are covered in the health survey. What do our data show? Just very briefly, these are the age by gender and education profiles. The fact that here we have the same cost profile over all groups is not a coincidence. It's because both here for very young age groups, clearly there is no educational difference in younger ages, but also for the higher groups, because there is not enough data points here at the upper echelons of the age distribution, we have the same cost profiles, but we can clearly see that apart from these two homogeneous developments here, we have clearly higher healthcare costs along the whole age distribution, particularly for men and a bit less for women. Here we have the survival curves, and we see that here too, as in Poland, the difference in mortality and life expectancy is more pronounced for men, where the difference between low and high education in life expectancy is about 6 years in Austria, than it is for women, where the difference is about 3.5 years. So if we then ideally multiply these survival curves with the age profiles that I showed you before, we get the cohort profile. So these are the average costs for the cohort, considering how many of the persons of the respective cohorts are still alive at that moment. And in total, we get these different scenarios whereby we show, and I show you just three different views. This is a view where we basically look at people as if there were no differences in mortality by education, and we keep life expectancy as it was in the last actuarial tables. So we see this is very close to a cross-sectional perspective, and we see that men with lower education have about 80% higher cumulative healthcare costs than those with low education, and the difference is about 25% for women. Here we take into account the fact that men with lower education have a considerably higher mortality and lower life expectancy than those with high education. We see a considerable reduction in this difference by around 40%, and the same applies to women. When we then also activate, to say, the increase in life expectancy that is needed to be consistent with the long-term demographic projections, this difference is further reduced. We have to beware, however, that between these two steps here, there is a very substantial increase in average healthcare costs over the lifetime. Because of the longer life, so to say, we have an increase in healthcare costs of about 37%. So, long story short, the bottom line of this study is that it is very important when we are discussing how much the public health system contributes to income and wealth, to take into account socioeconomic differences, not just in the current use, but also in terms of mortality and life expectancy. I have used all my time, so I run through the conclusions very quickly. The public health system has a clear progressive distributional impact, also in Austria. It has a very large impact on the households in the bottom of the income distribution, but there is some indication that this effect has decreased a bit over time due to a shift in the household structure at the bottom of the household income distribution. And we clearly see that although our analyses are fraught with limitations, I have to say it, I'm sure that Maria will tell us a bit more about possible avenues for improvement, that although there are a lot of limitations both in terms of data and in the assumptions that we had to make, we clearly see that it is important to take into account socioeconomic differences in life expectancy if we make calculations for the impact of the healthcare system on distribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. The discussant is Maria Hofmarcher. Maria, please.
Bitte, danke. Bitte schön. Okay, okay. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for this really relevant and interesting papers. I just summarize, first of all, kind of the main messages you were coming up with. And luckily, the Austrian healthcare system does what it is built for. It redistributes from the healthy to the sick and has also an built-in mechanism to redistribute from the rich to the poor. This is poor. This is not. This has been pretty much debated across Europe, as you are aware. I mean, Germany has a big debate on changing this mechanism to have the tax system redistributing income and have the health system just making sure that once you fall sick, you get treated. So and Switzerland, in fact, implemented that. Switzerland have had this so-called Kopfpauschalen, I don't know how to say that in English, for the moment. And so there was lots of debates about that, but Austria stick to this, and fortunately, it is doing its job. What I think particularly interesting is this issue with the population structure, and combined with that, the kind of weakening of the redistributive strength. We know from the Austrian Health Interview Survey, which has now 3 waves to look at. So we essentially looked at the 2014 and the 2019 wave, also according to population groups, not only in total. And what we unfortunately see that self-reported good and very good health has been declining compared to 2014 in 2019, which is really sad, because the expectation were that we will kind of become, given what is spent and given what is achieved from the welfare state, we will become more healthy and happy in the course of time, which apparently is not the case. Some people colleagues from Statistical Austria, but also from the Ministry of Health, have claimed that this is the case because the sample of the Austrian Health Interview Survey, which comprises about 15,000 people in both years, the composition of the sample has changed a little bit towards having more elderly in the age distribution, which shouldn't matter, because what we did age adjustment in looking at the changes over time in self-rated health. The second point in this context, I think, is very relevant, is that we also see a strong gradient of self-reported health in relation to medium income classes. Basically, equalized medium income is low for people who are self-rated health is low for people who are poor, and self-rated health is very high for people who are rich. And over the age plane, so to speak, we even see more of this divergence in the age group 65 plus. So this is something which we need to think about also in respect to this changing of the population age structure towards more of the young, because the young who are now young should be more healthy when they grow old. Right, so that's why we really need to think strongly about this. Then, of course, this second valuable paper has really very clearly worked out the important issue of looking at social classes using education as a proxy. And what I think what is here really interesting is that it clearly shows that that spending is somehow biased towards more spending on men, even though in general or in total women, for women, 20% more of resources available is being spent. We need to, when we talk about spending here, we need to be very sure what we are talking about. So the data which are used and which we are also using in our paper is the so-called system of health accounts data, which classify certain expenditure items according to categories. And it does not contain, so it contains all the important items which are already mentioned, but it does not contain spending on prevention, not contain spending on administration, and no spending on capital. So we are fine, I think, but we are still restricted, and I will come back to this issue a little bit later. So I think the learnings we have here and the relevance is obvious. The learning, especially for Austria, is that we know so little about the distributional impact of health spending. And I think the papers are very timely and important contribution. I remember sometime in the 90s there was also a bigger study done by WIFO on looking at distributional implications of public spendings on different areas. So it's already some time ago. We see that the lifetime cost for men with compulsory education are about 2/3, and for women about 1/5 higher than for men in men and women in tertiary education. I think this is a pretty strong result. The social gradient is larger for men than for women. The difference is about threefold, which I think is also important result. And of course, I mean, here comes the issue, and the colleagues have been disentangling all these results so diligently. So if we all had only the spending of kind of the rich people who are healthy and happy, then we would save. basically. I mean, this is, if all population groups, if all educational levels had that, which is, of course, an interesting result. And I think this is even, this differential is even very much higher when you apply this, this exercise to the current cohort and not to the 2019 cohort, because educational profile are changing towards higher education. So I think what this paper suggests is that more gainful education may lead to better health literacy, so people would be knowing more, less risk, more prevention, less utilization, and ultimately to lower costs. I think this is one of the main learnings and relevance. But in this context, we need to discuss a little bit more, and this is what I think the paper needs more beef up in relation to the second paper, this healthy aging, red herring hypothesis. So the evidence whether or not morbidity increases or decreases as mortality decreases, so this is the hypothesis of expansion versus compression of morbidity, is not clear. And at the same time, it is very crucial parameters in prognosis. So there are some papers out there which I think we need to look at more in detail also for our study. This from colleagues from the UK, they find out that both healthy and sick life years have expanded in the UK. Colleagues from Konstanz, Breyer, and also Peter Zweifel had worked on the red herring hypothesis, saying that just forget aging, look at what happens at the end of life. So basically they've simulated whether or not end-of-life costs, looking at the last 2 years of life, are exceeding age costs or age-related costs over the life cycle. The aging report is very pragmatic in various editions. They just shift backwards the profile because people get older, and then the onset of disease starts later, but still on average nothing is changed. Also, the same thing is happening basically with the projection of colleagues from the OECD who have been doing this exercise several times and in many years. But also our colleague Schimann from WIFO is looked at this in relation to his projections of public finance in Austria. So personally, if I may say so, my feeling is that I think, yeah, we will have both. We will have an expansion of morbidity, at the same time compression, if we manage to have people being young now moving up because they have no better education, moving up to be healthier, blah, blah, blah. But on balance, nothing will change, and we will have to expect again the gradient according to age, and of course prevention will do its job if it is implemented a little bit better than in this country. But this is another question. One thing, just to summarize the question. So I would think we need to discuss whether or not health and education is a joint product in terms of human capital accumulation, as it was already mentioned this morning. Then I think what I would be really interested in how you would suggest to incorporate the simulations you did according to educational levels in translating it to compression versus expansion, or shall we just push the profiles backwards, which is, I think, pragmatic and probably also fine. So is education a good proxy for risk groups, which also serve calculations of health insurance wealth? This is something which we really need to discuss, and probably only after Reinhard Koman has presented the first results. We have a public-private mix issue in the SHA profile, so in the system of health accounts, which we need to deal with, of course. And we have also, especially, and I think Pirmin and others have already mentioned this today, the within-country differences are probably much more severe than differences across country. Just one figure, a woman in Tyrol can expect to live 10 beautiful, healthy life years longer than a woman in Burgenland. So I was wondering if this matters, or if we needed to consider these differences. So I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria.
So here are now some stories about...
I can snatch off a bit of the coffee break for the discussion. So the floor is open now. Anyone wanted to react? I am aware that there are many technical issues, but I would be most happy if we manage together to work out the bridge of this redistribution thing to the augmented wealth debate, to put it in our, but I cannot tell you what you should say.
I would have two small questions. The first is, you're working in your forecast in particular that life expectancy is growing by some years. We know already the very recent study by Augmented, where he has done some work for the US, and where his forecasts for a particular group, it's not his forecast, his actual life expectancy did decrease for a particular group of people, that are the middle class, the white middle class. And he is arguing in his book, this is due to the increasing stress at work and the increasing use of drugs and all these things. Can you see any results which are similar for Austria or Europe, or do you have any other cross-country comparisons where such experiences do happen or did happen already? That would be one question, and the other would be concerning the first study which you presented, Thomas, the self-rated health profile. You took the numbers from the OECD, from the EU Silk data set. Can you say something about the distribution of this self-rated health profile? Since what I do know is that most of them are rated 3, so the rating goes from 1 very good to 5 very bad. And what I do have in mind is that the differences are not really very, very large within the whole population. It's strongly concentrated at the rating of 3. Just a very simple question.
Let me collect questions before I give you the chance to answer. Are there any other questions? Corina, is there something in the web? No?
Everybody's happy.
Let me add a question, which I hope would be asked in the audience, because this is a workshop on concepts of augmented wealth. And Carsten Schröder mentioned it in the morning. So when you think about implicit pension claims, the link is not completely obvious, but fairly clear. In this health context, you talk now about redistribution effects. And in your view, would be this redistribution component the augmented wealth of the health system, or would this be your own view? So how would you relate this? This would be my question. Sorry for abusing my role again. Now the floor is open.
Thank you very much. Maybe on self-rated health, also Maria would like to say something with respect also to life expectancy. What I know is that the US was very unique before the pandemic in the sense that there was already stop in the expansion of life expectancy and some signs for a decline. That I know from before the pandemic. I don't know much about the current calculations. What our take here is, in any case, to try to stick what the official projections do, so that we have, so to say, a consistent picture with others, say, anchor values. But clearly, you can argue that the evolution of life expectancy will be different from what has been assumed maybe 5 years ago. So that's definitely a big variable entering these calculations. With respect to self-rated health, I don't know the figures from the top of my head. What I remember clearly is that you are right. There are only few people that have very bad or very bad self-rated health. And the share, however, increases monotonically with age. So this is the one thing. The other point is that I don't think it really matters that much how many people are in one category or the other. The question really is if it's accurate to say that the one group consumes so much more or so much less health services than the other. We made a very simplistic assumption with a linear distribution, but it's certainly fair to say that those few people who are at the bottom of the self-rated health scale are definitely going to take up considerably more resources. So I think we approximate this picture at least. To come to you, very important question. Why do I think that these results can be of relevance? I made a disclaimer. We did not take this view when we were going about the project. Well, first, what we calculated here, I didn't show the examples, the tables, but at the end of the day, you can do this with absolute figures. So you come up, for instance, we come up for an average figure of 300,000 euro, more or less, over the life course in 2019 prices per person. Now, so you can say, okay, we discount this value and add it to present time augmented wealth. So this is one option. Just a cautionary tale from our perspective is to say you should then differentiate between groups in terms of their socioeconomic status, because we know that mortality is going to affect their individual lifetime healthcare consumption. So these are maybe, you know, in one side, I think you can use this data. On the other sense, you have to be a bit cautious about how you take into consideration these other aspects. Yeah, and maybe the last point is really that life expectancy plays a major role as well in terms of the total volume. And here we have a rather negative view because we basically increase life expectancy, but we do not improve health. It's a very important point that Maria made. Thank you very much. That's something that we have done. It can be done easily with a microsimulation model, whereby you, as you suggested, simply shift backward the onset of, or shift forward the onset of degree of basically disease. Theoretically, everything is possible. Now, the nice thing is that with these models, you can at least model different scenarios and then see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Maria, do you want to say something?
Thank you. I would like to make one remark to the study Willi Arzinger mentioned of Agnus-Deaton. In fact, this is a study of N case in cooperation with Agnus. I think this is very important to consider, and I think this is so valuable because it demonstrates, or it has shown how depressed kind of the white middle class in the US is. And I was following up this a little bit. They had in the Brookings lots of debates and conferences. And at one point, I think I remember this vitally, Anne Case was asked, so what is her take on these results? And then they were agonizing about employment and drugs, and as you said. And one important thing which really hit my brain was that Anke said that probably one reason why they are so desperate is because their partners, their female partners or wives, they can leave them so easily with taking the children and move someplace, which everything then breaks down. I thought this is a very interesting explanation. To your question, Martin, I think what we need to really see here when we use this SHA data, System of Health Accounts data, in doing this exercise of health insurance wealth, we are still on this consumption side. So everything what is produced is being consumed, and this is the concept of all this data, or the basics of this data. And what we could take stock of, there is research in the US, of course. This is a different animal or a different angle, but they are looking at a supplementary poverty rates, for instance, and try to change the level of poverty rates by including certain social benefits. So they take, for instance, average Medicare, Medicaid costs, and phase that in the calculation of the poverty rate, in order to be able to say what is the wealth aspect in the standard poverty rate in comparison. So I think this is something our exercise should take stock of and look, how they argue and how they do that, in order to learn how we could do that. One last point. We also have to think about the capital which is concentrated in healthcare. Cross-capital formation in Austria is never anywhere else in Europe so strong, for instance. And we know the capital stock from the EU claims data has also increased, and it's even probably more increased since the last years, because lots of investment work going on. So I have no idea how we could do that, but I think we definitely need to think about that.
Thank you, Maria. Before I leave you into the coffee break, I should perhaps do what journalists normally do, raise from this insider debate. The work that was referred to is Case and Deepen Death of Despairs, written up in a book for those who wonder what Willy and Maria were talking about. Very also fascinating work, and we can look it up. So we have a coffee break of roughly 10 minutes now, and I'll see you back at 2:30 sharp, and we go on with health and Reinhard Koman. Ladies and gentlemen, let us go on with health. The next presentation will be by Reinhard Koman from the Austrian Central Bank, and Reinhard is going to present us results from an ongoing research project trying to figure out the connections as well as the magnitude of augmented wealth components in health systems, and we have the same format as before. Discussant will be Martin Spielauer from the Austrian Institute of Economic Research. Reinhard, please.
Thank you, Martin, for the introduction. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues, for your interest. As Martin has already pointed out, I'm here to present preliminary results on a work on health and long-term care insurance wealth in Austria. I'm here as a member of a team of 3, and my colleagues are Governor Professor Holzmann and Maria Hofmarcher. Yes, and as I have already mentioned, our results are preliminary, and we would be happy to receive useful inspiration and remarks. The first thing to be noted here is that the whole work is a rather new and challenging one, because at least as far as we know, nobody has done something like that before. While the concept of augmented wealth, social security wealth, and social insurance wealth is already well established in the literature, it is usually focused on the calculation of a pension insurance wealth figure. Here we try to expand this concept of augmented wealth into the area of health and long-term care insurance, which basically includes, I think, even to a great extent, benefits in kind. This is a challenging task, and again, for the same reason, we also hope that we do something innovative here. And again, welcome if you have interesting remarks how we could improve our work. Let me go briefly through the concepts involved and the definitions and the data base we use. Wealth, augmented wealth, and social security wealth has already been discussed extensively in this workshop so far, so I can move ahead to health and long-term care insurance wealth. We define health and long-term care insurance wealth as the present value of health and long-term care benefits received over the life cycle. While gross insurance health only includes the benefits received, either on the household level or the individual level, we define net health and long-term care insurance wealth as the surplus of this gross insurance wealth over the present value of health insurance contributions. Ultimately, we would also like to distinguish our computation between health insurance wealth in the stricter sense versus long-term care insurance wealth. Also, between public versus private insurance wealth. And we also would like to do computations as well on the macro as the micro data level. We want to include all the existing health insurance schemes in Austria, the schemes for the employees, the self-employed and traded industry, the farmers and the civil servants. And finally, we would like to implement our health insurance wealth formula into the sample of the household finance and consumption survey. So before I go to our first and preliminary results, let me quickly go through the data we need and we use. On the benefit side, we make use of the system of health accounts. It has also already been mentioned here. So I just mention quickly what is useful for us, for our purposes. This system of health account, which is a satellite account to the system of national accounts, provides a classification of health and long-term care expenditure according to several categories. According to services, different services, for instance, differentiation between health services in the stricter sense and long-term care services, which is crucial for us when we want to distinguish between health insurance wealth in the stricter sense and long-term care insurance wealth. Distinction between providers and between different sources of financing, which is also crucial for us when we want to distinguish between private versus public health insurance wealth. And finally, which is more than crucial for us, a classification of these expenditure according to age and gender. If you want to calculate present values, we need an age profile. So let me move forward to our first and preliminary results. Just a few words to our database on the contribution side. We also need contribution basis classified by age and gender, at least by age and gender, which we take at the macro level from social insurance statistics and tax statistics. At the microdata level, we can make use of the income data which are already available in the Household Finance and Consumption Survey, and we can make use of the pension benefits which have been calculated for the sample of the Household Finance and Consumption Survey by the Pension Insurance Wealth study by Markus, Knell and me, which has already been mentioned before. Then we need mortality rates. We use period mortalities of year 2017 because we calculate these present values as of January the 1st, 2017 for a matter of comparability with the pension reform, pension insurance study. And finally, we need a reasonable assumption concerning the discount rate. And here again, for a matter of comparability, we use real discount rates of 1.3, 3 and 5%, as in the pension insurance wealth study. The base case is a real discount rate of 3%. So let's move on to our first and preliminary results. We have so far figures for gross and net health and long-term care insurance wealth at the macro data level as of January the 1st, 2017, for the private sector employees' health insurance scheme at the mentioned discount rates. This preliminary step, however, is limited so far to the number of active employees, to the number of those persons who were still active on January the 1st, 2017, and we have not yet included, unfortunately, the pension recipients of January the 1st, 2017. This has, unfortunately, impact on the averages across age and gender because active employees and pensioners have different age-gender distributions and different contributions and benefits. And therefore, we will also present, just to get a rough impression of how the final results will most probably look like. We present also averages based on the age-gender distribution of the whole population. I move now forward to the flow data, which we use to calculate these present values. Gross benefits are taken from the system of health accounts, which provides an age-gender classification of health benefits, health and long-term care benefits. We see that these gross benefits per capita and per year are very strongly increasing with age. We start at about 1,000 to 1,500 euros in the second year of life and end up in the 90s at 19,000 euros for an average male and at 28,000 euros for an average female. Contributions rise also steadily, but they climax at about 5 to 10 years before the retirement age and then decrease slightly. What we see is that we have a very strong and impressive gender differential here. Females receive higher per capita benefits and pay less contributions. There is, however, a range up to the mid-teens and in the 60s and 70s where males receive higher benefits. But all in all, we end up with net benefit flows where, apart from this first 10 to 15 years, females receive higher benefits, higher net benefits. Males even net contribute to the system between 20 and 50, which means they pay higher contributions than they receive benefits. However, these gender disparities should be treated with caution, and Maria will tell us more about it afterwards. I just mentioned 2 points which should be kept in mind. First of all, females receive benefits which are actually targeted also to unborn children, which biases upwards the benefits which are attributed to them. And second, maybe, I just know it from anecdotal evidence, Maria will have academic evidence for this, maybe females just pay more attention to the health status, so they create more costs, which mean for us that they get higher net benefits. But it's not a bad thing if you go to the doctor when you're feeling sick. So I don't want to judge about this. I just mention it, and it should be treated with caution. So finally, if we aggregate these flows together and discount them back to January the 1st, 2017, we end up with health insurance wealth figures. I just summarize quickly over them and concentrate on the base case with a 3% real discount rate. Gross health and long-term care insurance wealth for a newborn male amounts to 76,000 euro, and for a newborn female to 86,000 euro. Excuse me, okay. That's here. And they peak at about 132,000 euros for males and about 167,000 euros for females. I move to net health and long-term care insurance, where we have already deducted the present value of contributions. Net insurance wealth of a newborn male amounts to 32,000 euros and to 53,000 euros for a newborn female. The peaks are at about 95,000 euros for males and about 146,000 euros for females. Of course, as already has been mentioned here, the choice of the discount rate has a very big effect. We see, for instance, I just pick out this one case. If we reduce the discount rate from 3% to 1.3%, net health and long-term care insurance wealth for a newborn actually more than doubles. 1.3% are the upper curves. So, finally, we want to move on and aggregate these results over age groups and create averages. And then we end up with the problem I have already mentioned before. And we provide this provisional solution that we also weight the age gender specific flows with the population weights, not only with the weights of the active employees, but also of the overall population. I just pick up one number to show how big the impact of this is when we look at the flows. If we weight with active employees' weights, the average net benefit averaged across genders and across age groups 16 to 110 amounts to 364 euros. If we weight with population weights, we end up with 2,231 euros. And it can be expected that if we include pension recipients in our sample, we will be closer to the latter result. So that's why we present this result as a provisional solution. When we average insurance wealth figures, we again yield higher wealth figures if we apply the population weights. 127,000 euros instead of 122,000 euros gross insurance wealth, and 80,000 versus 66,000 euros net insurance wealth. Finally, I've made a first step to create household insurance wealth figures, because ultimately we are aiming at household wealth levels. In this table here, I've distinguished households according to the number of grown-ups, according to the number of children, according to the number of contributors, and the number of non-contributors. Parents do have the same age. The age of the grown-ups is in the right column here. Here in the left column you have the number of children. Children are conceived at ages 25, 30 and 35. At 17 they move out, so they are insured with their parents until the age 17, and the present value of benefits received until then are aggregated into the household wealth figure. We see a wide variety of household wealth levels. As for instance, if you take 2 contributors with 2 children, age 10, 15, we arrive at 170,000 euros. This is still a little lower, or significantly lower than the figures we did receive for household pension insurance wealth, which was approximately 250,000 euros. But it's still a significant level, I would say. Okay, I think this was basically what I wanted to tell you about our preliminary results. Now, in a final slide, let me just give a short overview what we are planning to do in the future, our next steps, so to say, because this is still work in progress, as I have already mentioned. There's a number of tasks we have on our to-do lists. First of all, we would like to take account, of course, of retired employees, so that we have a complete calculation for the health insurance scheme for employees. Then, as the next step, we would like to apply this blueprint to the other schemes of the self-employed and the civil servants, and to the sample of the HFCS. Next step, we want to calculate separately private versus public insurance wealth, and separately health insurance wealth in the stricter sense versus long-term care insurance wealth. Take account, if possible, of different risk classes. Take account of future trends in health costs. So far, we have just worked with the age gender specific costs of year 2016. And finally, we would like to take account also of future trends in life expectancy. So far, we have only used, I've mentioned it, period mortality rates of year 2017. We could also use cohort mortality tables. That would yield different results, as has to be expected. Okay, so this was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you also for the excellent talks. The discussant will be Marcin Schröder. Martin, please.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. That's, of course, a very interesting talk. You introduced your talk in your slides with this phrase, nobody else has done something like that before. So I kind of had the pleasure that when you sent me the paper, I've never read something like that before. Just this information, I'm not a health economist. I'm also not a wealth economist. I personally earn a living at creating dynamic microsimulation models. So I work a lot with people like you, doing things like that. And I also saw more of an overlap of activities or problems we have to solve in my research than you might be aware. Others also struggle with the same problems. So it's actually very interesting for me to be here. So thanks to have me here. As I said, there's overlap. I will start my talk a little bit with the overlap, but then I come to three very concrete questions I have to trigger also the discussion. Focus of work I'm more familiar with is creating simulations of the operations of social insurance systems. So I look at issues like the sustainability of systems, the effect of aging on systems, required policy reforms to balance systems, and all the distributional flows or components, distributions between generations, between cohorts, between people of different characteristics. You have seen this one example with Thomas Leoni presented, kind of looking at people with different education. And we have ongoing, two ongoing Horizon 2020 projects in which we participated. One actually looking at all these redistributive flows of care systems, and here we look both private and public, financial and time flows in 4 different welfare states. And we have just another project where we compare 8 European countries with a more broader angle, but things like calculating the net present value of taxes and benefits, this is things we routinely do. But more from the perspective of generational accounts, just looking how this changes over time by cohorts. So much to some background. A clear overlap is of research we are doing is the use of cross-sectional age profiles. And there's actually quite an industry going on in population economists and demographers, the NTA community, creating national transfer accounts which break down national accounting into age profiles by sex and also break down these flows by domains like health. So you can actually download for dozens of countries the age profiles of public health expenditures, of public health consumption, private health consumption, and so on. And at the other side, this community struggles with some of the same things you will have to struggle continuing this research. I think I will come to that. So moving to questions, I mean, of course, I'm a newcomer to this interpretation of flows and social insurance systems as an augmented wealth. I find it quite intuitive for pension wealth. So this is something if I compare, also for comparing countries. So if I compare a liberal welfare state where pension systems are designed to prevent old age poverty, and I compared it with a Bismarckian system that wants to preserve status of people by a very high replacement rate of earnings. Of course, if I compare the wealth or the household wealth of both countries, I will come to very different pictures if I include pension wealth or not. And also works on a personal level to some extent. So if I, with 2 people approach retirement and one has a generous public pension and the other wealth, and both plan at least to use it for themselves and not kind of giving this wealth, transferring this wealth to others. So from this point of view, you might find yourself in a situation where you're indifferent between the two choices. But this is where I have problems of interpretation with including health, and you must have had lots of discussions internally, of course, so I'm actually curious to get more how to interpret it. So if I compare two countries, let's compare the US with Austria with health. Both have public health systems. The US system just covers only people 65 plus, and the Austrian public system covers pretty everybody. As a percentage of GDP, it's the same, or the American system is even more expensive. So if I compare retirement cohorts, Americans end up much healthier with your measure of augmented health, just because their system is very expensive and has a lot of overheads. So it's very hard what you actually compare. So actually, we make Americans richer. And then we look at the distributional impact. If you exclude people from public health until they're 65, you will have a very high social gradient in health, people reaching 65. So I would actually think in the US that the health gradient by socioeconomic status reaching 65 must be very different than in Austria. That's speculation. Anyways, but the redistributive function, or if we look at how actually then this augmented wealth reduces inequality, it would reduce more inequality in the US, which makes people sicker first, and then you have a system that actually with this wealth balances this more than a system where access to health is more equal. So there I have problems to interpret this measure. And bring it to a personal level, there it's clear. I mean, if you have the choice between wealthy and healthy and sick and poor, and both have the same total wealth, including augmented wealth, of course, we would not have we would not be indifferent what to choose. But this is something I would be happy to learn more about. Question number 2. This concerns the measure. So I'm very familiar, we do this also and feed this into the micro simulation, having these age profiles. So from the benefit side, it's clear. You use kind of cross-sectional age profiles. You recognize that at some point you have to factor in the changing mortality. You did not mention that there is more uncertainty, of course, on the cost side. We had this before, the discussion, is there morbidity, compression, expansion, end-of-life costs, things like that. And we have uncertainty in costs themselves. So we don't know how, I mean, typically health costs increase faster than wages, for example. And this has a policy dimension also. There will be policy decisions what will be included into public health and what is not covered in the future. So there's uncertainty on the cost side. And at the other side, of course, there's uncertainty on the contribution side, but there's another point I want to mention. Your calculation only includes social insurance contributions to the health and care system. If I'm right, and this comes from your paper, only 50% of these costs come from health, from contributions, and the other half is tax finance. So I kind of have a problem with this equation, especially if I compare now countries. I lived 9 years in Canada, where health is completely publicly financed by taxes. I was not aware that I had a much higher augmented wealth there because I had no contributions to pay with this formula. And in Austria, at least, we account for half. So I think this is something that has to be added to give a complete picture. I would be happy to learn, why not? But I have no intuition how to use such a measure, especially then comparing countries with have different mechanisms of financing a system between contributions, which you count here, social insurances, and taxes. And this is a very complex issue, of course, to do. And coming back to these NTAs, we can download all kind of age profiles, but when it comes to the contribution side, it's all aggregated. It's split up by age with a lot of simplifying assumptions, but nobody so far managed kind of breaking this up. So doing this work is, of course, a challenging task, but also a very important task, and might also be quite interesting results for other types of research. So one more question. This is the question kind of where to put the stop sign. You used this phrase, I think, in the morning from this whole endeavor of what to include, what not to include, but I want to use it a little bit differently. You want to impute this augmented social insurance wealth into survey data, as I understand. If you do it with pensions, again, this is intuitive. And if I read your paper right, are you controlling for different life expectancy by income, applying different relative mortality risks by income? So you get a kind of a more detailed picture, not only the pension account people have, and in theory we have this in admin data. You can also put in actually what's the life expectancy and how it is different by group, and you can kind of come to a quite accurate picture and then study the distributional impact of that. My question is, where do you stop there with health? Because health is correlated with life expectancy, it's correlated with socioeconomic status. So do you do the same what you do already for pension wealth, and you do like income deciles, and then factor in that there's different life expectancy, but also different healthcare utilization, something we did actually in this study Thomas Leoni presented from the system use side. And is this a good thing to do? Because we have to interpret the results then. Or you can go even further. I mean, if you have data on the health status of people, you can use the individual health status to make more adequate kind of projections on the individual level, imputing into this household file individual life expectancy and expected health utilization by characteristics you might have in your data on health status and so on. And I think this is kind of a story where it has to be clear designing a measure where to stop and how to interpret such a measure. And also, I mean, you want to use kind of different ways, different domains of augmented wealth, so some definitions also should be the same, I guess. But they might have very different interpretation if you look to pensions or you look to health. So I'm almost stop here with these 4 questions. Just want to make one more comment, because I was quite exciting reading this from the analytical side also, and the data work behind it. And this is kind of stuff we routinely feed into our microsimulations. So I just want to mention, if you ever get bored and you made your landmark paper here, I'd be happy to kind of inform our simulations, even if the focus is different and they look more to sustainability by the data work, where I see a big overlap between our activities. And now I want to actually hope that we have an interesting discussion, because and also give you a chance to answer the questions. Of course, I hope it's not only me who has this raising these questions, reading this, but it's quite interesting stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. So we go now into discussion. Martin, as you mentioned correctly, you asked very specific questions, and I think we should start to give Reinhard, and for that matter, because all your partners, Maria and Governor Holzmann, are also in the room, maybe you can start, but you can all react, of course, to answer these questions. And then after that, I take questions from the floor.
I would answer to question 3. I think it was question 3. And I think you can leave the health-related questions to Maria, and the overall questions to Professor Holzmann. But what is for me a good question is whether we should not include the tax-financed flow, taxes going into the financing of the health system, together with the social security contributions. And I think this is really something we should discuss internally, and I think it's a good question, because it corresponds to that what we call Bundesbeitrag in the pension insurance. And it's a matter of principle, and I would not say no at this point of time. I think it's a very good question.
It's certainly a challenging task.
Yeah.
So I have this your answer? Or?
Yeah, Maria, Professor Holzmann.
Thank you. Just to add on this last point, because we have been discussing this already extensively, and we have also some draft versions of our paper where we had looked at this type of challenge, and I think also this is important, especially when we come at a point in time which is, I don't know, far away or never coming. When we compare this health insurance wealth across countries, for instance. Because I think we have half of the contribution rate Germany has, given some sort of similarities, because as you mentioned, Martin, we have a large chunk of tax money in the system. And I think what is probably pragmatic and what we could do is just to impute the tax share now in the system, to raise the contribution rate accordingly in order to, I mean, this is not trivial, I know, but in order to mirror this situation, I think, and this is what we have already discussed. One aspect I would like to mention to your question one was when you mentioned the US and her Medicare area and the public health system. Of course, Medicare is very big in the US, but it's not the only public program. They have Medicaid as well, so covering people who are poor, and the number of poor people is high and growing in the US, as we know. And also some employer-based health insurance is to some degree to be accounted for.
No, sure, it's just a very different system, and the public system concentrates on 65 plus.
No, Medicare is also a public system.
Yeah.
So I think this is across all age groups. So, and the last, yeah, with the health cost, of course, this health cost issue is strong in terms of cost growth. You were mentioning that health cost growth outpaces wage growth, which in certain points of time is true, but all over Europe before Corona, at least in the Central European countries, no, maybe not Germany and not France, but Austria for sure, they have been kind of very close to GDP growth because of certain policy measures which were phased in. So I am not sure if in the last, since the financial crisis in 2008, I think there's not so much cost pressure anymore in many systems. Sorry, I was too.
No, don't worry, that's fine.
Thanks a lot for your good and pertinent question. I think they're even more complex what you imagined, and to some extent we sidestep them for the time being in the first round or so. And I start out with, we have a similar problem also with the pension, Social Security welfare, because in pensions, as you will know, only 2/3 of the expenditures are financed from contribution, 1/3 is financed by the taxes, and there we fully ignore it.
Okay.
That's how to say, 4 reasons of facilitation there.
There I did not notice it.
Sorry?
There I did not notice it.
I know that, that's the reason I tell you, so very much aware. But then the question is, how would you impute them, but also if you bring health benefits together with the financial and poverty wealth on the other side, because if you say, okay, we have to take account of the taxes, which are needed in order to balance the schemes there, how do we deal with the future taxes on the other side there? What is it? Perhaps property also comes under taxation, or if you think about the marketable assets there, and are these marketable assets what they have there already including the taxes there? So it's a very complicated element what we have, which as I said, for the time being is not solved in a consistent approach. On your point of, also your good question about if you want to compare the US with Europe, I didn't live in Canada, but in a different system in the US, but there what you have to a large extent private insurance pool as the employer, which may or may not enter with retirement, depends. Some take it over into retirement, others stop it and they go on the public health system. And social security wealth or health wealth as pension also includes benefits which are provided by the private sector and which are not financed through a funded system. So it's financed out of cash or out of the current returns there. So what are you doing then? How to include it? Because it's financed there. And what happens, how is the supply of benefits reflected in lower wages? Because the benefits there, just that you on there's a full element there which we all thought about it. For the time being we fake a little bit, and we first want to have some magnitudes before we just did afterwards ideas out there. But to make it comparative with other countries, I think this is done under this, what can be done in order to make it comparable, but the rest, so it's a first throw, and then we start to finesse around.
Thank you very much. Is there a question or comment from the floor? If not, I close this session. You have now another coffee break. This is your last coffee break in the workshop. After that, we have a session on housing with 2 papers, a very exciting one, and I welcome you back all in 10 minutes. And have a coffee and Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome back to the last session of this workshop, which will contain 2 papers. The first one given by Severin Rapp from the University of Economics in Vienna, and the second one by Orsetta Causa from the OECD. And we are now diving deeper into the third component of augmented wealth that Governor Holzmann mentioned in his opening remarks in the morning: housing, social housing, and its contribution or potential contribution to the concept of augmented wealth. And our first speaker is Severin Rapp from the University of Economics in Vienna. Severin is also this year one of the Klaus Lipscher Economic Research Fellows, and I can say a little bit about this at the end of the workshop. So he is also working with the team this year on a project at the bank. I'm very happy that you're here. Please, Severin.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thanks to all of you for staying until the late afternoon. I'm very pleased to sort of give you an overview over some research that I've been doing together with colleagues, sort of thinking about the way that housing policy interacts with wealth and its distribution. I'll sort of frame this talk sort of in the spirit of this conference, also against the background of augmented wealth. I think it's not the only way to think about this, so I think it's also sort of a project on understanding public redistribution, especially sort of rather than broken down by income categories, income groups that we would usually sort of see. Some of that research has been cited earlier today. This is very much also about sort of how benefits really occur along the wealth distribution. Let me give you a brief overview over our argument and sort of roadmap before I delve into sort of more detail about what we've done. Overall, sort of we would like to give a perspective on how public housing wealth, that means sort of wealth stored in social housing, municipal housing, but also housing associations, interacts with the distribution of wealth, especially by its capacity to create some income advantage for the tenants of these housing estates. So we've heard today that there's different ways in which we can think about sort of the benefits that wealth bestows over its owners or its people using it, and I think we are sort of looking a bit at this income perspective by focusing on the income advantage that living in one of these sort of public housing estates really grants. I would also like to say something about the methodological sensitivity of our approach. It's in some ways a bit cruder than what we've been seeing today, especially I think with the life course perspective. And therefore I think if there is time, I know that there is obviously a constraint, I would like to delve a bit more into sort of probing what we've done with other ways of trying to compare wealth across different regional entities, because that's sort of what we eventually aim at. We would like to understand sort of why wealth distributions across Austrian regions, so we're taking a regional perspective in this research, differ so much, and we try to sort of provide an answer on that by using this imputed wealth measure, this augmented wealth measure, to sort of come up with a response. And what I'd like to do, if there is time in the second part, to sort of benchmark our approach using augmented wealth with maybe different or with other methods that are common in economics when it comes to comparing distributions across regional entities, in particular decomposition methods, and so on. What we find is that the augmented housing augmented wealth measure that we come up with does have some sort of explanatory power to sort of account for differences in wealth distributions comparing Vienna to the other regions in Austria. So that's sort of the regional classification that we chose to go along with. And we also find that actually if we kind of employ some reweighting strategy, just reweighting by tenure structure, so the types of tenancies that households have, we end up with relatively similar results, and I think that's also sort of an important contribution. Our starting point is that there is cross-national differences in wealth inequality, and research has been trying to understand why those exist, essentially. There is a big focus on institutional factors, since also a lot of contributions have shown that sort of merely household structure doesn't explain everything. It can go quite a long way, as we've heard today, but not all of it. And the big focus has been on old age income security, pension systems, etc. And therefore we have heard a lot about augmented pension wealth today. Recently, a lot of discussion has been going on sort of around the whole issue of housing systems and housing provision and the distribution of wealth, especially when it comes to sort of accounting for these cross-national differences. Orsetta has been doing some quite interesting work on that as well, to sort of really understand why sort of those cross-national distributions differ, and housing has been sort of argued to be kind of a decisive factor. Most of these studies use a decomposition methodology, and this is why I would like to sort of say something about that as well. Our approach differs because we sort of try to capitalize sort of very much in the spirit of the capitalization method for coming up with estimates of wealth inequality that has been applied to income from capital, mainly in the US. We would like to use sort of a capitalization method for those housing incomes that arise because social housing and housing associations is provided at below market rents, at least in this country. We first, in a first step, estimate this income advantage. We estimate sort of this in-kind income that households receive by really benefiting from below market rental values. This is sort of our starting point, and then we go on sort of to make sense of this in a wealth perspective to capitalize this income. We use a perpetual annuity to get there, which I think is one of the big differences to what we've had previously today. This is a choice that does arise for simplicity and also for data issues, so it's very hard to get hold of especially Austrian data on the life cycle usage of different housing services that are publicly provided. We capitalize that, and then we sort of use that together with private wealth in order to come up with estimates for different regions, especially for Vienna and the other regions, and therefore kind of arrive at sort of a comparative measure of augmented wealth. We do this imputation with relatively simple regression design. So we first try to explain rents in the private market with a set of housing characteristics that includes, for example, the size of the flat or house, etc. And we try to explain the rental value with that. Of course, the HFCS, so the data source that we're using, provides a lot of different housing characteristics, but you could essentially also improve those estimates by really going into the details of the quality and precise positional measures, all of which we sort of roughly approximate. Once we sort of get this, the coefficients from this regression equation, we predict the market equivalent rent for housing that is provided by housing associations and by municipal providers, which is sort of the RI, and the R hat is the predicted value for those properties in terms of the rental value. And with this difference, we compute a total measure of income advantage, of in-kind income, and that, in the next step, we capitalize. We've been discussing a lot about interest rates today. I'll make that explicit. We start with a 3% interest rate. Of course, this is, to a large extent, a very arbitrary choice. I'll show you some results with varying interest rates as well later on. My sense is that, especially for the distributional implications, there is obviously some response, but it remains moderate. Yeah, for benchmarking and robustness, of course, the interest rate sensitivity, we'd also like to relate our measure of augmented wealth to life satisfaction, actually, to see whether that's something that people are aware of, that people that contributes to people's well-being. Of course, we have been speaking today as well about well-being, the connection between wealth and well-being. We try to sort of look at this by relating our measure of augmented wealth to measures of life satisfaction. And then, sort of as a final strategy, we would also like to use recentered influence function regressions in order to sort of provide a benchmark to other comparative studies that have looked at the impact of housing on distributional outcomes. I've already said a bit about the data set, and I won't lose too much time on this now, because I think most of you are familiar with the Household Finance and Consumption Survey. We use Austrian data for the 2017 wave. I think what is a bit special about the data that we are using eventually is that we have a very detailed regional stratification, which allows us to really distinguish different regions, especially Vienna and the other provinces, and we use that in order to set up a comparison. There's all sorts of methodological complexities involved. We try to account for those, especially multiple imputations, etc., in the most appropriate way. If we look at the wealth distribution across regions, and this is without sort of any measure of augmented wealth, the net wealth distribution, we see that actually sort of on average wealth is higher in all provinces other than Vienna. So the blue line shows you the mean net wealth per percentile for residents in provinces outside of Vienna, whereas the red line shows you the same metric for Vienna. We see that for most parts of the distribution, there's actually quite pronounced difference. Same holds for all sorts of inequality indicators. They differ across regions, and we tend to see that, especially in Vienna, there is a more dispersed distribution of wealth when we compare it to provinces outside of Vienna. That holds for all sorts of inequality indicators. I've just shown you a selection here. And what also differs between Vienna and the provinces other than Vienna is that there is a very different tenure structure. So there is a larger share of homeowners in the provinces outside of Vienna than there is in Vienna. This is to some extent driven by this rural-urban divide. So in Austria, Vienna is really the largest, by far the largest urban center, and therefore this will be driven to some extent by sort of this rural-urban differences. But also when you try to compare only only urban and only rural areas, you end up with seeing a difference between Vienna and other cities even. So you see that the home ownership rate is much higher in other provinces than Vienna, whereas in Vienna you'd see more renters, you'd see a quite large share of social housing tenants, etc. So there's a different sort of just composition. Regarding the results, so we end up with our measure of sort of positive augmented wealth as soon as there is a positive difference between the rents that people pay on the market vis-a-vis the rents that they pay in social housing, that is housing associations or municipal housing. And what you see here with the population shares is actually the share of tenants that do have a positive augmented wealth imputed in our data set. So it's not necessarily everybody who really lives in one of those properties, but it's only those that pay actually lower rents compared to the market benchmark. When we look at the wealth measure that we come up with, this is the distribution. So for all those who have positive levels of augmented housing wealth, we see that there is an average of around 50,000 euros. It's a bit higher for renters in council housing than it is for renters of cooperative properties. It's also a bimodal distribution, which to some extent derives also from differences across regions. So when we look at, when we compare Vienna with the other regions, we see that especially in the council housing, the second sort of maximum is a bit further up in the distribution. And this may, to some extent, really explain this bimodal distribution from the graph before. When we add it to private wealth, as sort of defined conventionally, we see that especially sort of in the middle of the distribution, the Viennese households do gain quite a lot, even though, as you see, there is still a quite pronounced difference between both regions in our classification. There is quite some re-ranking going on, especially in Vienna. What this graph shows you is sort of the deciles of net wealth according to, on the one hand, the distribution of net wealth as conventionally defined, marketable wealth, and on the other hand of the augmented wealth measure that we try to sort of compute. And we see that there is quite a lot of re-ranking going on in Vienna. So those, for example, will be a household which is in the first decile of the net wealth distribution and ends up in the second decile of the augmented wealth distribution. So the larger those dots are, the more households they comprise. And if you stay along the sort of 45-degree line, you see those are only the households that don't really change, no matter which definition or which wealth concept we actually use. And you see that, especially outside of Vienna, there is a larger persistency in the ranking. When we look at inequality indicators, I'll show you the same indicators that we've had on the previous slide, on the descriptive statistics slide. You can see that once augmented wealth is considered, the indicator drops, much like in the presentations that we've seen previously, where other forms of wealth are imputed. This is much more the case in Vienna than it is in other provinces by actually most of the indicators that you see here. So I think it's worth mentioning that inequality still remains relatively high, but at the same time you see that there is quite some movement that is not uniform across regions. Horizontally, I think there is also some interesting insights, especially when we look at different households that gain from this imputation. So, for example, in Vienna, you would see that single female households benefit particularly relative to single male households. That would be, for example, those blue lines in the Vienna panel on the left-hand side. We did the same thing for different interest rates. We did it once for 1.4%, which is sort of the return on monetary wealth over that sort of time period, roughly. And we did it with higher interest rates as well. We did it with sort of applying different interest rates in Vienna and in the other regions. Those would be 3.8% in Vienna, which is sort of the average increase in house prices there versus the one in the other provinces. We end up with seeing actually quite some robustness even when we do those different interest rates. Of course, if the interest rate drops, we end up with a stronger impact, actually. Let me briefly say something about the connection to well-being. So the HFCS has this interesting measure which measures subjective well-being on a Likert scale 1 to 10. And what we try to do is to see whether there is actually sort of a relationship between this augmented wealth measure and life satisfaction, sort of as a external check. We do find that along the distribution of augmented wealth, or if we only look at those components of wealth that we actually imputed, there is a positive relationship between our measure and the probability of reporting sort of high well-being. But at the same time, if we compare this increase from sort of one end of the distribution to the other end, it's not particularly pronounced, especially when comparing this to other characteristics such as being in employment or unemployed, etc. It's also weaker than with private wealth, actually. I think I have a couple of minutes left to say something about sort of our comparative approach and benchmark this with the, I think, the rest of the literature that really employs decomposition methods to arrive at an estimate of the role of housing in explaining wealth inequality across different regional entities. So what these studies do is to compute some sort of influence function for distributional statistic, and then to employ a regression framework to explain the influence function with different characteristics. And of course, for housing studies, it's mostly interesting to look at whether sort of the share of tenants, for example, or what is the premium in terms of the influence function for tenants vis-a-vis homeowners, for example, and what is the impact on the Gini coefficient if then there is a decomposition of inequality according to sort of those coefficients that we get out of this regression. So what the recentered influence function does is to sort of give us an idea of how much the distributional indicator would change if sort of a household with a given characteristic would be, or if the proportion of those households would be increased marginally. And what this graph shows you is along the wealth distribution, the influence of observations at this point of the distribution on the Gini coefficient. What you see here is that sort of increasing, for example, the households that share characteristics of those that group around the 75th percentile, for example, would mechanically kind of lower the Gini coefficient. And you can try to sort of explain this recentered influence function, not necessarily by the distribution of wealth, but also by housing tenure structure, and then come up with a decomposition strategy. The coefficients out of this exercise are reported here. They are significant, especially if sort of housing tenure is really the only explanatory variable that is employed, and it's lower in Vienna than it is elsewhere. So it matters a bit on which coefficients we employ in the decomposition in order to really in order to sort of come up with a share of explained difference between the inequality indicators across different regions. What we see here is that actually when we use the coefficients from households that do not live in Vienna, which, as you've seen, are higher. So outside of Vienna, housing has a more important role for the influence function for the Gini coefficient, for example. You end up with having a lot of explained variance. So that's approximately half of the difference between the Gini coefficient in Vienna and in regions outside of Vienna can be explained with sort of those characteristics. This is, of course, much lower when we take the smaller coefficients from Vienna to carry out this decomposition. So then it's only 20%. And if we take the coefficients from a pooled regression, which would be sort of analogous to a Neumark decomposition, then we end up with 45%, which is actually quite close to what we get if we use that coefficient, that the estimate that we obtained from the augmented wealth perspective. In summary, we can really explain some of the difference between regions using sort of our augmented wealth approach. We think that approximately sort of half of that regional variation is actually what we can sort of account for. And I think what's interesting is that really the results are roughly in line with those from decomposition approaches. We think that this augmented wealth perspective has an advantage when we carry out comparative analysis. So especially sort of on the regional level, we think sort of it makes sense to, in part, use such an approach for comparative purposes. We also think that there may be some merit, especially when it comes to thinking about distributional wealth accounts, so trying to distribute aggregates from the national level to individual households, because then it makes sense to sort of really have a reasonable justification for why you allocate some wealth to specific households. And since housing wealth is really a tangible asset, so it's not unfunded, this is sort of a part of national wealth that in sort of a distributional wealth account perspective would need to be allocated. There is a but. Of course, there is really conceptual differences. There is also conceptual differences between different areas of social policy that we've been discussing today. So, for example, it may be more intuitive to really speak about pension wealth as opposed to housing wealth or the like. It is a good question where to end. So where should we draw the line to sort of really imputing certain public components of wealth? Is it arbitrary if we just focus on one, such as housing? And would a proper regional comparison not really involve a broader approach? And I think one of the final points that I would like to also make is that we've been speaking, especially also in the first lecture, about differences or difficulties actually in the measurement of private wealth in the first place. So what we really need to be careful is, I think, to not add too much additional uncertainty on a number that is already quite uncertain to begin with. With that said, I would like to conclude at this point, and I'm looking forward to your comments and also Peter.
Thank you, Severin. The discussant is Peter Lindner from the Austrian Central Bank Research Section and the Microdata Lab.
Mm-hmm. So, hello everybody. First things first, so thank you for a very, very interesting paper and for a very nice presentation. I'm glad that I have the honor to discuss this paper here in only a couple of minutes. But what I want to start with is actually I want to make sure that I don't claim to do the whole paper justice. So what I really discuss here is the focus also what you did in terms of augmented wealth, or you and your co-authors, and not all the other interesting results you presented. So please don't be offended by that. So I will quickly summarize the paper, and then I will have comments that are more specific to the paper, and I would like to extend the discussion again to the broader topic that we have today, and I would really like to have your opinion on that, and it's more like a start of a discussion than a comment on the paper. So what does the paper do? In terms of augmented wealth, I think that the easy summary is it uses microdata, in this case the HFCS. It runs some sort of hedonic regression on rent for the non-subsidized market segment, and then it calculates a difference of the subsidized part of the rental market. Here it is either the community housing, Gemeindewohnung, or it's cooperative flats. What you, I think, termed a bit differently, but I had a German version. So with this difference, you have an annual subsidy that you get for your rent, and you use a 3% discount rate to estimate an infinitely horizon of this subsidy, and you have a net present value of that. Add it to the HFCS, and then you can do all of the additional analysis with the microdata. What Severin already showed you a couple of results. In essence, in my eyes, the main result is given here in this table. Severin showed it again, showed it as well, and I want to present it again and focus a bit on the difference for my take. So this is basically showing you the net wealth distribution, including and excluding public housing wealth, as they estimated. The original figures are in the solid line, and the dashed line are including it both for Vienna and the rest of Austria. And what I think is really important, you see here that net wealth changes in Vienna especially dramatically for a large part of the distribution. It increases for all the people living in subsidized houses, and this actually runs from, I would say, something like P10 to P80. It gives the middle households in terms of the distribution more wealth. Compare this to the rest of Austria, where we have the lower half, or as they say, it starts also here at P10, it goes only to P55 or P60. So you see here this different structure as well. Other households in the distribution are not affected. So this is basically another representation of saying, okay, this is why inequality will decrease by the inclusion of public housing wealth. This is my take from the paper. And then the comments to it. So, as I said, more specific points you included already in the presentation. It's less though in the paper. You need to play around with the sensitivity of the results with respect to the interest rate. Because we know from our results from pension wealth that this is a key parameter, and it's actually falling from heaven. And additionally, what you assume is basically you get an infinite stream of this subsidy. And to make it more consistent with the other approaches in the literature, I would really think a bit more about how long do you get the subsidy. I assume that it will decrease the net wealth you estimate for that. Even more, I think, more complicated, but very important will be to think a bit a second round effect of the subsidy, especially in Vienna, when you think of about a third living in subsidized rental apartments. This not only has an effect on the people who live there, but on the whole market. So actually what you call free market rents might be suppressed by this policy. So I think you have to come up there as well. There are, although in Austria to a lesser extent, other subsidies generating housing wealth as well. You include them, but I would expect a bit more. I'm not sure about, so when you move into to your flat, you have to pay a bond or you have to pay a financing payment in terms of this cooperative flat. I think these are also wealth components we should take into account. And then finally, I would have expected a bit more on the distinction between the community provided flats and the cooperative provided flats. And here I've taken from Pirmin and our colleagues' estimates that They do the first step of the estimation for a different idea, so they just estimate imputed rent, that's what they call here non-cash income. And you see that the difference between cooperative owners and these council flats are hugely different. So when we take this one step further, I think we need to concentrate a bit on here as well. A second slide on these estimations, what I would like to have seen a bit more is policy conclusions. So what is in the background of the paper is it's a good thing to have these community-provided flats, but we don't know. So can we come up with an estimate of is it efficient or is it inefficient? So we can enter this discussion also that Pirmin started in the morning of transition from the former communist countries to modern times, one with an owner society, another one with a renter society. So I think these are very, very useful first steps, but I think they can be taken a bit further. And now, if I have time, Martin, just two further ideas for the discussion. So the whole discussion we had today was really the focus on additional things of inclusion in the net wealth concept to augmented wealth. There is a different strand of the literature that tries to bring together microdata and macrodata in what the system of central banks now calls the distributional wealth accounts. And they mostly focus on insufficiency of the microdata because we lack the very upper part of the distribution. They focus not on estimating additional wealth in terms of augmented wealth, but in terms of what is the top wealth looking like because of under coverage of microdata. And I would really like to see an integrated approach of that. And the second point is actually really a wish that everybody who is estimating augmented wealth should include a discussion on where do we stop this estimation. So we have seen lots of examples. I don't want to go into specific examples. What I really want to say is below here. We have a very, very clear definition of net wealth, and everybody knows what we talk about when we talk about net wealth. But when we include certain parts of augmented wealth, we, in my eyes, tend to move to the direction of well-being, but these lines get blurred every step more. So we have to really put in an effort of some thoughts on why do we do that, and why do we stop where we stop? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Severin, you can react directly before I open the floor, but please be short.
Hello?
That's fine.
Okay.
When the light is on, you're on air.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for those really, really helpful comments. Regarding sort of the first set of comments that you made on the technicalities, I fully agree that sort of what we may define as free market rents is actually something that is pre-shaped by all sorts of government activity. So even the provision of housing has an effect on the rent level for the private sector, and also, by the way, has an effect on our estimates. So we've been hearing today that that compared to the number of people living in all sorts of subsidized housing, that means housing associations and municipal housing, the share of people living in free market flats is actually low, relatively low. So we use the coefficients for those hedonic regressions on this group of people to make estimates for our predictions in the other parts of the rental market. So it has sort of a substantive implication, but also a technical one. And I think those are very important. This is, by the way, also the reason why we try to sort of reach a middle ground in this and sort of impute only the value that actually creates sort of this income supplement to which is the in-kind income, to those benefiting particularly from social housing, rather than sort of imputing the entire value of sort of the dwelling, which to some extent I think does justice to the idea that we would definitely overstate probably the distributional impact if we do that, because we don't take into account the effects that it has on renters in other dwellings. The financial contributions that you make in all sorts of social housing, very interesting, I think, also in the comparative perspective, because they differ across regions very much. And we've been looking at this, and the results seem to be reasonably robust. So I haven't sort of reported this here, and I'm sorry for that. But we had that on our scope, especially because also the HFCS collects this data, and that was incredibly helpful along the way. The policy conclusions, I think, is a very difficult question, not at least because I think that housing policy should not only be benchmarked on the basis of sort of the distributional impact, but there is also all sorts of other considerations, especially when it comes to social housing, that need to be taken into account. So when we think about environmental impacts, for example, if we think about residential mobility, all of these things are very important aspects of housing policy, and I think should be taken into account when we consider housing policy. And I think I stop here for the general comments, and I'd be happy to return to those in a minute.
Questions or comments from the floor? Orsetta, you're first, and then Karin.
Thank you. It was very, very interesting, and I think a nice technical exercise. I have a little bit of the same reaction that the discussant has in terms of, okay, so what is the policy implication, or why do we care about this? You know, if I think about, you know, my job at the OECD, we try to recommend governments, okay, social housing we know is needed, many of us who I hope think is needed, but it has some unintended bad consequences. Is it the Austrian model, which sometimes we say at the OECD actually is the good one compared to other models of social housing? And if so, why? And, you know, what lessons can we learn? In which case, you know, you say, well, we have to take into account other policy perspectives and objectives. Sure, but maybe there is one model that sort of, you know, is a win-win, hopefully. And that's more like, you know, I would like to see that in a little bit of a broader perspective, because, you know, it's not just a technical exercise, an elegant one. It's also something potentially important from a policy perspective, from both an equity and efficiency perspective. So that's, of course, down the road, you know, other work.
I take the full round before you respond. Karin Wagner was next.
Yeah, thanks for the interesting presentation. I also wanted to point out that I think it's important to stress this difference between the corporate flats and the social rents. And with these financial contribution, the lump sum you have to pay in the beginning and you get it back, it's discounted, and there you have the regulation, and so there is no need to discuss the discount factor because it's stated in the per law, I think, how which discount factor you have to take, so it should be easy to include it. Yeah, I wanted to.
Thank you, Karin. Carsten Schröder behind was the next one.
My question is also about the redistributive nature of your study and the aspect of tax incidence, because I guess someone has to pay for the subsidized housing, the taxpayers, and maybe the beneficiaries that are also paying for the subsidization. These are now at future point in time.
I take a last question from Markus, and then from Governor Holzmann, and then
yeah, very interesting paper. I have a question concerning the inclusion of rich reduced rents, because basically there are two groups of people that pay a cheap rent, so to say. It's the one that live in the subsidized and the social housing, and the other they live in very long-term contracts in rented apartments. And in a certain way, this wouldn't matter maybe if the duration of contracts would be the same in social housing and non-social housing. But in Vienna, at least, it's the case that people live longer in the social, the duration of the contract is longer. So in a certain way, if a person has a reduced race living in social housing, it's the effect of two, or it's starting with two effects. The initial rent was lower than the rent on the private market, but also that they live for longer in the apartment, and the adjustment of the rent, so to say, is only with the rate of inflation and not with the growth rate. Yeah? So, and on the other hand, what I'm saying in a way is that you could also think about including, so to say, the subsidy by the rental regulation of people that simply have a long-term contract. And this might be more for people that are on the upper ends of the distribution. And we all kind of have know these people that are living in the large apartments somewhere in the inner districts. So I don't know how large the effect is, but I could also include that.
Thank you, Markus. We had another question from Governor Holzmann. Please.
Thank you. Thanks, Fessler. Congrats. One element I'm missing a bit from the redistributive angle. Yes, it's good to estimate the distributive elements from the differences in rents, but in corporate housing, as I understand it, individuals receive not only an advantage that they have lower rents, they receive also capital transfers out of lower interest rate loans, and at times forgiving of loans. So pure capital transfers, which can be quite substantive, which are not covered here. Is this correct? Thank you.
Okay. I think I have now to close the Q&A because we are already running late. So give Severin a chance to address some of these questions.
Thank you very much. So thank you all for those great questions. I'll start with the policy implications, and I think I'm really grateful that you brought up this one slide on sort of the pence per rates, because I think this is maybe also policy-wise, and when you think about comparative properties of different systems, one of the interesting bits about this model, and I think this is also one way in which sort of this study maybe provides some interesting insights for policy, is that if you look at a wealth perspective even then, you would see that quite a large share of the population actually sort of derives some sort of benefit from this sort of housing policy. So as Peter has said, there is quite a large incidence of the benefits even in the middle of the distribution. And this, I think, is one of the elements that makes that system also, in view of its political effects, quite sustainable, because it avoids that there is a sort of a ghetto, for example, in social housing, which is the case in many housing markets where social housing is really a more residualized tenancy option. And I think this is also what characterizes the Austrian approach on the international stage, and therefore I think it's important to sort of provide evidence on this property as well. And I think looking at wealth rather than income may actually be something that adds to this perspective. The discount factors that are mandated by law, that is a very interesting point. I haven't really looked into this, but I think that would be sort of a very interesting and rewarding avenue to go down. I think that sort of preparing this, I was really trying to sort of cover or explore the interest rate effects by just playing around with different assumptions, but I think it's super valuable also against the background of the discussion that we had previously today to not leave those decisions to entirely arbitrary choices, but really to maybe provide, especially when it comes to compiling statistics, provide some sort of theoretically grounded justification. Regarding the incidence, yes, I don't really have an answer to that, to be honest. My thinking is that, especially when you think about construction nowadays, most of the housing stock was actually created many, many years ago. And I think that at the moment there is, in Vienna, there's a couple of projects, but really it's not a big chunk of expenditure. Much more we see sort of an increase also in sort of demand-side subsidies in Austrian housing policy at the moment, much more than we see, I think, a supply-side policy change. So I think that this is really an element of, or my way of thinking about this is that the incident sort of is something that occurred very much in the past, and yeah. But I think it's a valuable point, and I try to think more about how to incorporate this perspective. The long contracts. I think this is one of the most fascinating kind of elements of housing policy in Austria, that not only is there sort of a public provision in some form or the other, but you would really see quite extensive regulation of rents, especially for contracts that are older. So there is this famous cutoff point of dwellings that are older than, I think, 1953 or something, where the full rent regulation actually operates, and I think that this is a quite interesting element. My thinking was for comparative purposes, especially when we try to compare regions. This is a policy that really works at the federal level, and therefore my approach has been to focus on those elements of housing policy that are set on the municipality level or the regional level, in order to appraise kind of those policy differences in a comparative way. Of course, you could make an argument that across regions, the dwelling age may be structurally different. So you may have actually more old buildings, for example, in Vienna, and therefore you may have a larger share of flats that is actually covered by a stricter rental regulation, as this may be the case in other urban areas. So I think, especially if that is the case, I've not looked in detail into this, then that should be also from a comparative perspective something that we definitely want to have a look at. Sort of a bit of the same argument, I think, holds for, so from the comparative perspective, holds for the low interest loans. Those are a really, I think, key element. That's kind of the classic also supply side subsidy that we have, and those are loans paid out, I think, across the country. Now, there may be regional variation in the extent to which this is done. I'm not sure whether I actually have proper data on this. So I've been trying to look in, or trying to find data on sort of the distribution of housing subsidies at the region level, and see how different federal states and cities disperse those. And I've encountered difficulties sort of getting my hands on decent data on this. But I think, of course, for the comparative perspective, if there's regional differences that are significant, then yes, for sure.
Thank you very much, Severin. We have already overdrawn a little bit our time budget, but we come to the last paper of the day and of the session. And the presenter will be Orsetta Causa from the OECD, who very actively participated in the discussion also during the workshop. And the discussant will be Paul Bichler from the University of Vienna. So high-speed setup.
That's the pointer. Yeah.
Very good. Excellent. Please, Orsetta.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation, and thanks to
all the people that are still here after this long day. It has been very interesting, very intense. So I hope that I will still entertain you for maybe 20 minutes, not more. I'm going to try to be relatively short. My presentation is going to be less technical than the others and more about the policy implications and policy perspective. There are a bunch of references at the end of the presentation with many technical papers and technical annexes, but here I'm going to be a little bit easy on the technical side because I think we sort of explored the difficulties in the data, etc. So, well, I work at the OECD in the economics department, and at the OECD as a whole, housing is one of the key policy areas that we look into from an efficiency perspective, an equity perspective, affordability, segregation, deprivation, many reasons, many policy perspective. And there are many tools that governments use in the OECD countries and outside to promote home ownership as a way to accumulate wealth. But from a policy perspective, the distributional implications and context in which these type of interventions arise are not very well understood to evidence-based analysis. And so this is what we try to do in this paper with some co-authors. The papers I've done quite some years ago for the horizontal housing project that was a super long project, actually running today also at the OECD, which is to explore housing from the distribution of wealth perspective. And that was quite new. I mean, today everybody's working on this now, but it was quite new at the OECD. So first, I mean, why? Because housing is the largest source of household wealth. So it's a fundamental driver of wealth accumulation for individuals, of wealth distribution, both intertemporally and across generation. Again, OECD governments use various policy instruments to promote home ownership. For example, mortgage interest rate deductibility, all sorts of preferential tax treatments besides subsidized housing, etc. But there is little evidence about their distributional context and implications. So here we try to so we use microdata, the data that we're all speaking about, as well as Luxembourg wealth study data, to have a comparative perspective on housing and the distribution of wealth. And there are two big questions. Do housing-related policies affect wealth distribution and inequality? And do housing-related policies may raise potential trade-offs between efficiency, distribution, efficiency, for example, and resilience? So we try to have this prism of different policy objectives. So first, this is a chart that is a very simple chart about the asset decomposition of household portfolios, drawing on HFCN, second wave, and LWS, Luxembourg Wealth Study for non-European countries. And you do see that the blue part, the housing, and this is just the main residence, is actually the first asset in the household portfolio, with a lot of variation across countries. So you do see that, in fact, in Austria is not, at least second wave of HFCN, it was less than 30%, but in the Slovak Republic it was almost all of household wealth. And in some countries, the other real estate, which is secondary houses, is also super important. So all of this to say that housing is a big component. Obviously, it's different across the distribution. We have a lot in the paper on that. We say that is the chief asset of the middle class, the median voter. So here, this very simple definition of the middle class, the middle of the income distribution or the net wealth distribution, you take this, and you see that is really the main asset. Basically, at the top of the distribution, people have much more diversified portfolios. Of course, we do not totally capture the top of the distribution here, let's say, financial assets, entrepreneur assets, etc. And at the bottom, household virtually nothing, if not negative. But the middle class, the median voter, is a home owner in the majority of countries, especially in Europe. One thing that I think has been said today is the style-as fact that has been documented in a bunch of papers, that is basically a negative relationship between wealth inequality and the rate of home ownership in countries. Whether this is the top 10%, you can put a Gini, you can put another entropy index, whatever, it gives you always this negative relationship. But basically what we try to say in that paper is we try to explain why this is the case. But we also claim that promoting home ownership via different sets of tools is probably not the best way
to address wealth inequality and to allow people at the bottom of the distribution to accumulate wealth, despite this relationship, which seems, nice. Okay, we have more ownership, less wealth inequality. It's probably not so good. Well, technically speaking, we do some sort of a counterfactual, very easy, basic exercise, which is basically computing, taking the micro data and computing a wealth distribution with and without housing. So basically, all of a sudden, you put housing to 0 for each household that has housing, and you compute a Gini. We've discussed the role of the Gini in the wealth perspective is not a very good indicator because of the zeros, etc. But it is one of the only indicators that allows the 0, and that's important, because if you're throwing away people with 0 wealth, this doesn't make any sense, right? It's really what you want to see. And therefore, whether you compare Gini with and without housing, given that the two Ginis have their problems, what you want to compare is comparable. See what I mean? So basically here, what we see is that when you do the computation on average, removing all of a sudden housing from net wealth would allow a reduction in around a third of the Gini coefficient. Why? Because housing is super widely distributed across the distribution. So basically, either at the bottom you really have nothing, or at the top you have a bunch of other things. And so obviously, especially the Gini, which is not tail sensitive, right? So it's very sensitive to the middle part of the distribution, is going down. So that's an interesting exercise. It's a mechanical one, of course. We don't know the counterfactual of all of a sudden dropping housing value to zeros, but there have been other sorts of more complex decomposition. I think you were citing one of the papers, not Alvarez, maybe another one, a Spanish one that has done a bunch of decomposition. You can do many more complex things here, looking at the different contribution of various aspects to net wealth inequality, and Gini will, and housing will be an equalizer. But once we've said that, basically, this is not the magic bullet. Let's put it this way. We always try to have the magic bullet in the Committee of Economic Policy Committee, but it's not easy. Promoting home ownership has long been an objective for policy countries, and there are many policy tools. One important is the preferential tax treatment of owner-occupied housing. So here, I focus more on the tax part than on the social housing part. And there are a lot of features of income and wealth taxation that favor home ownership. And those features are well documented in a number of papers, and also at the OECD, not particularly in my paper, actually, in other research, that shows that most of them are regressive, okay? So what we say is that even if wealth inequality is lower when home ownership is higher, encouraging home ownership is probably not the best policy response to help accumulate low and middle income families to help accumulate wealth. And why? Well, for many reasons, but one reason is that this may be conflicting with other policy objectives. So here I want to stress a few of them. One is something that rings a bell to 2008 crisis, is the fact that access to mortgage debt is good, but is risky. And here, for example, you have the good side of it, that the higher the participation in the mortgage market by young households, the lower the spread of home ownership between young households and the rest of the population across countries. This is all data from the HFCN, where basically you split the household, you know if they have a mortgage, you know their age, etc., and then you have the home ownership spread. And obviously, it's an opportunity for young people to access the housing market. And this is something that is a little bit difficult exercise to do, but it's the risk part of it. The risk part of it, we've done it by using the microdata to compute a number of solvency and liquidity risk ratios based on the FHCN. So basically, this is the debt-to-income ratio. It's a median across households. And it looks at this ratio in general across all households and across households in the bottom income or wealth quintile. And when there are no signs, no triangles, no bullets, is because there are too few observations to have some sort of nice, estimate. But what you see here is that there are a number of countries where this ratio is actually higher than 300%, 300% being a conventional risk at-risk ratio. So it can be a risk, and there is a lot of literature on that. And if you think about all the Mian and Sophia papers on the great financial recession, etc., that's the resilience part of it, which is a form of economic resilience, macro resilience, but also social implications. Then another objective that governments may have is about labor market efficiency, matching, mobility, and mobility is about residential mobility, but mobility is also about social mobility. It's not mobility as an end in itself that you have to move all over the place. No. So this is a chart that is from another paper with actually an Austrian co-author, Jakob Pischelmann, who could not be here today, but and that's. I mean, after this paper on wealth, I've done a bunch of paper on mobility, and so this is a topic that I know very well. And something that is very clear is that there is also this negative correlation between home ownership and mobility, and that's true for this is residential mobility, but that's also true for labor mobility. And why is it the case? Because, and this is a chart also from Jakob and myself, which is basically residential mobility by household tenure status. So you do see that the owners are systematically less mobile than the renters at market price. And then there is the social tenants. I don't want to go into that because it has already been presented, and we could speak for hours about the link between mobility and social housing. And here it's just a very simple chart, but in the paper this is all about an econometric exercise, and so this result is even stronger when you do control for other characteristics, and so in the paper there are a bunch of results and then the policy conclusions, but that's basically what we observe in the data. And of course, it's not necessarily a causality, but there are certain factors that bring that relationship. What are the policy options that we discuss in this paper based on the evidence there, but on other papers as well? First is that there is a large number of things governments can do to reform housing taxation. Is not optimally designed, and taking into account, of course, social preferences, country context. Is not like, again, one bullet, silver bullet for everybody. But for example, we do not have a very high opinion about the preferential tax treatment of home ownership and mortgage interest rate deductibility, which is very widespread in a number of countries. In some countries, it has been partially removed, but it does exist and is usually not very efficient. Also, there is in the paper and in many OECD papers this chart about the share of property taxes in overall tax revenue. And then you decompose that by different parts of the property taxation, and it is actually very low across OECD countries, and it has been going down over time. And so there is a large room for increasing the share of revenue from property taxation, especially compared to income taxation, and for example, in some countries, to labor taxation. So, and this is a feature that would make the overall tax system more progressive. Of course, there are a number of issues there. You have capital flight, redistribution of, asset poor people. There are a lot of criticism that I've heard several times in the committees, etc. But there are ways that we can do things better. There are ways to design property taxation in a way that is actually progressive. Inheritance taxation is something that people do not want to hear about, super unpopular, but it can be made progressive, and you can raise revenue by that, and it's certainly a fair way of raising taxation compared to other forms. It can, again, I know that the small inheritances, and actually often poor people, when they inherit something, is their house. So obviously we're not going to make it regressive or something like that, but there is a large room of maneuver in that respect. We are in the central bank here. You know much better than me the prudential regulation to reduce leverage risks. There are several tools. There have been several papers about this, including the distributional implication. This is not obvious. And then here there is a list of things to remove housing-related policy obstacles to mobility. So one of these is in the large area of housing transaction costs. So there is a part of it that is associated with the taxes. housing taxation, non-recurrent housing taxation, but there is also there are a number of costs associated with home ownership that are in their nature, for example, of legal fees. If you think about a country like France, for example, where I live, or also Italy, from where I come, changing house, also the cost associated with changing and buying or selling a house is very important, so the market is not fluid. And then there is the area of social housing, which I don't want to drag into because you've covered it, but basically what we tend to find in the literature is that there can be some sort of lock-in effects from social housing, and this is not good for social mobility of the social tenants. But there are ways that you can design social housing so that you can avoid this kind of lock-in effect. And in any case, there is also the option of housing allowances that can be portable and can encourage people to move. But of course, you need complementary policies across the territory to make it happen. It's just not one single policy. And then more generally, and this is another paper that I've done afterwards, like I've looked at the housing policy barriers to interregional mobility, because actually housing prices and housing affordability is one big barrier. So housing policy more generally to reduce imbalances in housing prices, for example, with land use regulation, taxes, rental market regulations, because rental market regulation can have an inflationary impact on prices themselves. All of this is one way also that can help housing to make housing more efficient and more inclusive. So thank you. So here you have the references, including the OECD Housing Portal and Wealth Portal, which I encourage you to look at, doing some publicity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The discussant is Paul Bichler. It's up.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper, and let me start my discussion by pointing out that I think in my entire professional career that was probably the most difficult paper to discuss. But not so much because the paper in itself is super difficult. It doesn't have any difficult models, no math, almost no math, but mostly because it presents facts. So for a major part of the paper, the contribution is an in-depth analysis of data, and it's hard to argue with the facts. So it's hard to make the facts look smarter because they're facts. So this is also why I would like to focus my discussion of this paper more on the discussion of the policy trade-offs that we have seen recently in the last part of the presentation. And on one of these facts that is presented in the paper, but unfortunately didn't make it into the presentation, which was also kind of a problem I was expecting, because there are so many facts in the paper that are described, stylized facts, that it's not a surprise that not all of those basically would fit into a 25 minutes presentation. I picked this fact that I'm going to discuss because I think it fits particularly well to the theme of this workshop. And let me move to this topic, namely the relationship between home ownership and public pension generosity. So this is also part of the paper that was unfortunately not presented. What the authors show here is basically that there is no systematic relationship between the home ownership rate in the group of 65 plus and the net pension wealth, what is referred to at half the average wage. I will not go into these details, so let's just look at, say, the net pension wealth. And what we see is that there is no systematic relationship between the two, which is to some extent surprising, because also, as the paper lays out, a simple theory would actually suggest that there is a negative correlation between the two. So if there is a low net pension wealth, we might expect that private wealth accumulation is larger, is increasing, and because houses are a primary source of wealth for households, we should expect higher home ownership rates. So I was surprised by this lack, at first, lack of this correlation in the data. So I tried to look a little bit more deeply. And to explain this lack of a correlation, I think one likely candidate is that there are so many other factors correlated basically with, say, net pension wealth that might reduce home ownership rates or increase home ownership rates or whatsoever, but interfere with these home ownership rates. For example, social housing. So I would like to see basically a little bit a picture that is corrected for these other elements of the welfare state, let's say. This was kind of obvious, but then I also had a deeper look at the net pension wealth, and I discovered something which, at least to me, who has never basically came across these concepts before, was quite surprising, because I asked myself, well, how robust could this finding be over time? And if we look at this graph, we see on the y-axis the home ownership rates in the age 65 plus. I presume, without having any specific knowledge, that this is a variable that doesn't really change over time, or at least only slowly. Home ownership rates, they don't jump up, go down every year. And at least initially I thought, well, that should be the same or similar for net pension wealth. But when I looked into the data, I realized that this is not at all true. And this is also a question that I have, maybe to gain some further knowledge on. So what I looked at is basically net pension wealth in Austria versus Germany. So this is one example. And we compared 2014 and 2020. And to my surprise, these numbers change quite a bit, and even the rankings between the countries change. And it's not only between Austria and Germany, it's actually all across the sample. So many countries move around 3, 4, 5 percentage points. Some move down 2 or 3. So I was curious about whether you could give me an explanation there, because this, to some extent, I think, raises concerns about the robustness of this measure for this purpose. And I would be eager to see a similar picture as this one, where we might replace the net pension wealth by the rates, basically, the replacement rates of the pension system, which I guess are more stable over time. So that would be one comment that I have here. And then concerning the policy trade-offs, as you mentioned in the presentation, in many countries, this is true. I think it was actually, in fact, very true for the USA in the early 2000s, which might also have contributed to the financial crisis. Increasing home ownership is a policy goal in itself. So there are many reasons. Some of them you mentioned in your paper. It's not only wealth accumulation, but it's for basic household needs, more community engagement, and maybe even more voting outcomes. And home ownership is in conflict with other goals. Efficiency, maybe even unemployment reduction, as you mentioned in the paper, due to reduced labor mobility, and in particular also to reduced social mobility. And you basically suggest in the paper some reforms, or you mention some reforms. You are actually very cautious in your wording, I thought, in the paper, much more so than in your presentation, at least that was my impression. And one of these suggestions is that the tax mix could be shifted towards property taxes, and in particular towards recurrent taxes on immovable properties. So I think this is a very interesting suggestion. On a personal level, I fully agree that we should move taxes in this direction, in particular also in Austria, as you can see in this graph. So these green area are basically the countries that have the highest room for maneuver, so to speak, in this direction, and you can find Austria on the bottom right of this green area even. You also mentioned other properties. What I miss a little bit is a more elaborate argument behind these proposals. So you suggest these reforms, but they're, to me at least, the paper lacks a little bit of justification why these suggestions are made on the basis of the empirical evidence that you provide. It's clear that the empirical evidence would support them, but as we know, you also mentioned it in your presentation, there are many other factors which might go against these changes, short-run versus long-run effects, for example, and the paper a little bit falls short of a discussion of these factors. Okay, so in the interest of time, I think I stop here and give the floor to opportunity to raise questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Orsetta, you want to react directly to what Paul? Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. So well, the first comment is I understand that you picked the pension. You know, I remember that we've done this was I think a box, because the problem is that when I worked on this data with the data of the OECD, pensions were not included in the measure of wealth because of international guidelines, the OECD handbook that was discussed before, and obviously we had this in mind. I mean, it was for us a problem, right? And delegates were pushing for that. So we've tried to elaborate ways to look into that with the data that we had, okay? And actually this bubble chart is not more than a bubble chart that we've tried desperately to say something. No, it's true, huh? And so we've tried several things. Alors, first of all, the pension wealth is something that is produced by the Pension at a Glance team in another directorate of the OECD, so it's totally orthogonal to me, and I took it as from the experts. And I know that it's a very complex exercise, and in my opinion, they have changed the methodology. So it's not that the object changes over time, it's the vintage of the methodology that makes it changing over time, in my opinion. But, there is a but, this bubble chart we've tried with several things. And one of those was a bunch of replacement rates, and we had the same result, okay? And why, well, basically we took this measure for half of the average wage or something like that to try look at the bottom of the distribution and not the top earners as pensioners. But again, this was the instrument that we had at the time to address this limitation, which we are here today to discuss, augmented wealth with pension, in the data that we had. So you see, it's kind of, it was really, we didn't want to focus on that topic in that paper because we knew we couldn't, but we've done, I've read all the literature. I mean, I was really concerned about it, and that was, well. And that's good that today people are doing research in this area, and we are enhancing our measure of wealth because it's really welcome. The second point was about the link with policies. And I mean, I see the criticism. Basically, in this paper, we have just stylized facts, right? I mean, we are not running regressions or doing, and then we have some policy considerations. I think that what we try to do is to have the policy implication from the stylized facts, but linking also with the literature and not with what we give evidence upon. So let me give you an example about the tax shift, okay? There is a bunch of literature that has given some evidence about, you know, efficient taxation, and a lot of this literature tends to show that this kind of tax shift that we discuss in the paper are good for a number of reasons, and there is econometrics there. It's not in my paper, of course. So this is what we quote in the paper from a quantitative perspective. Then we don't believe that because regressions or microsimulation, actually, there is also microsimulation exactly on that, actually. But then there is also a lot of you know, tax studies at the OECD that show also from countries' experience of reforms that, depending on the country context, this is the kind of reform that can make the tax system more efficient and more progressive. And actually, on the housing part, there is a micro simulation tool now. I think it's in the Netherlands. I don't remember, but that exactly look at this kind of micro simulation exercise. I had one of my students that was looking at that. So just to say that I totally understand that we cannot derive policy implications directly from this exercise. No, because it's true. But we've tried to set the scene in a somehow harmonized way across countries, and then trying to draw some implication based on what we know from what we do and from what others, or from the experience that we have accumulated. So, well.
Thank you, Orsetta. I have already two people in the queue. Karl Pichelmann is first, and then Governor Holzmann. Karl, please. Wait for the mic, please.
Thank you very much for this highly pertinent presentation. I think also in the context of the present Austrian political debate, where, I mean, for example, there is an ongoing debate on, say, access to mortgage debt and whether one should lower the share of self-financing requirements. I mean, and how this may affect financial risk. But there are calls, I mean, for lowering that to make housing more accessible to people. So it's very pertinent to think about these issues. I would like to make a comment/question on the tax shifting issue. I think, I mean, it's. I mean, there is already a widespread consensus right now. I mean, that tax shifts, I mean, from towards less distortive taxes, like property taxes or inheritance taxes, may indeed make the tax system a lot more efficient. And these calls are coming not only from the OECD. I mean, also the European Commission, I think, has now developed a policy stance on this. My question in that respect would be, I mean, would you go even one step further with respect to thinking about taxing immovable property by adding in an additional urban-rural divide on this? Because there are calls for, say, increasing taxation on agglomeration benefits. I mean, this could come in via this channel, and I wonder whether you or the OECD in general, I mean, have a specific view on that.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for this interesting talk. Happened nicely at the end there, because it brought broad policy perspective to the table, which I appreciated. Let me start out with the first one, which was implicit, but I would like to make it more implicit. Discussion is the complementarity between the different forms of what I call social benefit capital, because the one is between housing and pensions. And you can see it in both ways. The one is to say, okay, if you have a housing, then it's also a potential source of retirement income, because in principle you could use reverse mortgages, which unfortunately don't work so well. For this reason, this doesn't work out, but you have also traditional forms of doing it. The other hand of complementarity, which one think about, is a positive one, which has to do, and there's some slight evidence, with the savings experience. If you want to make people save for retirement, if you ask them from the age of 45, 50 onwards, and they never had any experience to, let's say, repay a mortgage, then it's difficult, but you can make the argument having a mortgage, repaying it, offers a nice way in order for people to have only a saving experience. People have never savings experience won't do it. If I can read what I wrote down there, that last part of oh yes, it's the question of pension and inheritance. If and as you inherit, if you inherit something, a housing like that, this may have major implications of your own efforts there, and this may be one of the reasons why there's not such a simple relationship, and you plot what you have there. My sense is there are a number of potential linkages, which if you keep them or control for them, you will find something out of the cloud there. Second part, and with this I stop, is the question. You raised two things there, which some of them I found a bit astonishing. The one is, okay, let's not perhaps encourage home ownership because this may reduce mobility. Two arguments to that. Maybe the mobility is reduced, and there was some discussion here. Is the mobility reduced because you have a house, or is the mobility more reduced because they have a social housing? My sense is that social housing may reduce more mobility than anything else because you have such a high capital value there that you want to give them up, whereas you can easily sell a house if and as the tax system is appropriate. So this is the one question. The second one, vulnerability. You mentioned so much vulnerability may be linked with housing acquisition. Yes, but again, you have policy instruments for that we can control. You mentioned it, potential regulation is an important one to reduce it. But also another one which has to do with the fact that a lot of the vulnerability comes from variable interest rates, but nowadays we have well-developed financial markets, so it's more a question of financial education, what to do, and the lack of banks to inform for that. So again, I don't think this is, for me, a good argument, because you have policy instruments to control for it. Thank you.
Carsten Schröder.
Yeah, so I also realized that in the last years there's a big sympathy, to raise or to promote home ownership. I think the policy advice in 2007 or 8 would have been very different. But I mean, these housing investments are really long-term investments, and I'm also not convinced that house ownership really makes the distribution more equal, because what you usually do in such exercises is an accounting exercise. You compare the owners with the non-owners, but of course they are different in many, many different attributes and dimensions. So I think a more suited approach would be to think about good counterfactuals. Yeah? I mean, we would like to know the distribution, how it looked like if the people who invested in houses hadn't invested in houses, but in other types of assets. I mean, this would be, I think, the appropriate comparison. And then, of course, I mean, this was also stressed by Paul, I think. So, I mean, such changes also have feedback effects for the macroeconomy in general. So there will be responses to real estate prices. You will have also restrictions on, say, the regional mobility of the people. So I guess those who own a house are not willing to commute or switch the living places. And I think another important aspect is that if you are a standard breadwinner with an average income, so the moment you decide to invest in a house, I mean, this means that all your capital runs in one type of assets, so all these asset portfolios will be heavily under-diversified, so you put a lot of risk on these people if the market crashes.
Okay. I think there are lots of questions on the table, so I give a chance to...
Thank you for the last session. There was a mentioning of financial risk, and there is a debate today, if I understand correctly, which I'm sorry I didn't know, in Austria in the government on access to mortgage debt. Government, you say, well, we have the tools. Well, I'm not an expert on that, but I think that we have also the experience of tools that didn't work, that were not strong enough during the financial crisis. And, you know, I think that I would not be so secure. Maybe in Austria it's the case, but in other countries, I think that we have to pay attention with macro-proof and the way we design them and their efficiency, resilience, and distributional implications. So I'm in this paper, we don't claim that you don't have to give access to the mortgage market, etc. This is not what we claim. We just claim that there is a balance of risk and opportunities, and there are risks associated with that. On the variable interest rates, that's an interesting question. Actually, there is an elaboration on the paper, I think, or there was at some point, about the share of households that have variable interest rates. In a number of countries, like Portugal, for example, there are quite a lot of households that have variable interest rates. And actually, Portugal is a country where we find quite a high vulnerability, at least in the data that we had at the time. Then about mobility. Well, first of all, I hope that I make it clear, and in the paper that I've done with Jakob Pischelmann is even clearer, that we are far from saying that we should push people to move. What we want to do is to remove the obstacles, housing-related obstacles to mobility for people that want to move. It's not this is obviously what we're claiming, and so the objective of the policymaker is not to maximize mobility, is to remove the obstacles to mobility. Now, when we say, well, I don't think it's really home ownership, but more the social housing. On that, I have to say that based on my experience in the world of regressions and, you know, this economic research I've been doing, the social housing effect is so heterogeneous across countries in the way the social housing is designed that this effect that we find econometrically, I think, is not super representative, actually. I believe more in the one of home ownership than the one on social housing, because also I believe that there are ways to design social housing to allow this kind of lock-in effects. But well, that's an issue, and actually there is a lot of work at the OECD, including on social housing, that is going on in the Employment Directorate in this area. Then about, well, the interesting question about tax shifting and urban agglomeration. I don't have an opinion on that. I think it's a super interesting, relevant question. In this paper, it's more of a general argument that is not going at the regional level, but definitely when you think about housing, you should take this into account also, because housing taxation service is also, is funded to provide public services at the local level. I mean, there are a number of complexities also at the local level that you have to take into account. But here I want to take one step behind, and maybe some of the comments in the room, I think also your comments is about, there is a big elephant in the room here, which is the public acceptability, because the problem is that, for example, we speak a lot about inheritance taxation, and we can make inheritance taxation progressive, including taking into account housing and small inheritance, just because you have the threshold. I mean, you can put a high, quote-unquote, threshold, and I'm not saying you're fine, okay, but it's doable. But the problem is the public acceptability of it. It's super unpopular because people perceive this as something that will tax them, whereas in fact, when you have a high threshold, it's quite progressive. And actually, there is research by Stephanie Stancheva from Harvard, who works for us in another area that looks at the public acceptability and what are people's perception about inheritance taxation, and they're totally false.
it's like people do not, and here I think that governments have to, and us also as institutional or international organizations, central banks, we have to make a better job of communication and explanation. This is a typical example of it, because then, you know, and so that's, well, and then home ownership, counterfactuals, etc. Well, before doing this paper, while doing this paper, we wanted to go in that direction, but actually, for reasons of the committee and the OECD, they wanted something a little bit easier. But I think that in the literature, even with the counterfactuals, home ownership with, without, etc., the evidence is going in the same direction. And there is, I think, still in the paper, a regression-based framework where we try to do some sort of exercise along these lines and goes into that direction. But still, I mean, it remains a question that is more of an accounting perspective, and it's not really the point of the paper to run that type of causality with the counterfactual. I don't know if I forgot something. Tell me. Maybe tired.
Thank you very much, Orsetta. So we have come now to the end of this workshop, and you have been very patient, so I will not keep you for long, but let me say a few final remarks, perhaps. First of all, I would like to thank very much all the speakers and the discussants who gave life and substance to this program. We appreciate your efforts and time. These were all excellent contributions, and it convinced me that we are here working on a very challenging and interesting agenda. Second, let me thank you, Governor Holzmann, very much, not only for clearing a whole day in your very busy schedule. We know that we cannot take this for granted. We are very grateful that you took your precious time to discuss with us and that you are supporting this agenda. And thank you very much for that. And finally, of course, I would like to give my warmest thanks to my colleagues Susanne and Karina and the whole team who shepherded us so smoothly through all these events, as they do always. Thanks so much. Now, let me say a last thing. I am very happy and that there is so much interest in this very difficult and technical also agenda. For those of you who are in research or in universities, perhaps most of all, but also at institutions, I would just like to take this opportunity to encourage you to work with us if you are interested in this topic. Of course, it is always possible to informally reach out and get in touch, so there is no barrier to that. I should also point out that we have a formal research visitor program, the Klaus Lipscher Economic Research Fellowship, which we grant once a year to researchers who work with us on topics of interest to us. So if somebody is interested in research in augmented wealth, it might be a candidate for the Klaus Lipscher Economic Research Fellowship. We advertise it on our homepage, but you can always get in touch with me. So if you are interested, or you know somebody, or Carsten, some of your students or colleagues are interested, consider this opportunity to join this agenda. And with that, I would like to thank everybody once again and wish you a very nice weekend and a safe trip home. Thanks a lot.